What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from, unfortunately, rainy and gloomy and awful California, Los Angeles. We're back, and it's fucking raining again. God damn it, my mood has been absolutely eviscerated due to the, I guess, unforeseeable, but in many respects, very foreseeable circumstances of rain. Very gloomy, but it's actually kind of cozy. That's why I'm wearing the hoodie fit today. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. Let's get started with the Ben Shabibo.
One of those areas is the area of transgenderism. The argument that is typically made by gender theorists is that gender is entirely separate from sex. You've seen the argument made that
gender theorists, bro. It's kind of funny whenever conservatives talk about gender and like people who have a better understanding of gender than they do, because it is a social construct, no matter how hard they try to make it seem like it's not, they make it seem like motherfuckers are doing alchemy. These are gender benders. Everyone thought that the only elements that you could bend were earth, water, air, and fire. Turns out they're gender bending. It's like you're making it seem way sicker than it actually is. You know what I mean?
that it makes no difference on average if men are stronger than women are, and that if we were to allow transgender women to compete with non-transgender women, then this would somehow not disadvantage biological women. And this seems to me absolutely ascientific, that if we're actually going to have a discussion about gender and sex, that should be based in data, which suggests that mammals are in...
Wait, I'm confused. Why did you just say gender and sex? I don't get it. Hold on. Why did you just say gender and sex? Do you mean like fucking? Like sex as in fucking? Or do you mean like gender and sex as in like two separate concepts that are, of course, related to one another in some ways, but interesting.
In fact, binary in terms of their sex, unless you have intersex birth defects typically, or genetic...
Bro, once you realize that like 98% of conservative commentary is just about being a fucking asshole, things change dramatically for you. Like he's vice signaling again. He's like, intersex people are birth defects. It's like, dude, that is so wild. Like, why are they birth defects? Because it doesn't correspond to how I understand gender as a rigid binary. So it's a birth defect. Like, you're dick, man. You're like... And whenever you talk about it's not a defect, it's not the norm, though. Yeah, it's not in the norm. I know. But what is funny about this is like, okay, what's the argument there? Are you going to make a natural argument for sex, like biological sex in the animal kingdom? Because, motherfucker, seahorses are out here developing ovaries and shit when there's not enough ladies around. You know what I mean? There's no part of the fucking... Appealing to nature is already stupid. It's already a logical fallacy, right? But like, when you appeal to nature, you're basically talking about like the gayest shit that anyone could have ever imagined. Like, the most trans and the most gay shit ever happens if you've had a dog ever, if you've like ever adopted a dog, or if you have like an animal, okay, in your house, you already know. Dogs are gay as fuck, straight up. So it makes no fucking sense, like, to talk about nature when like nature is way more gay than humans who also exist in nature. But like nature in the wild, unrestricted, is super gay, like omega gay and omega trans. You know what I mean?
Defects.
I'm happy to opine on this. This only matters because today we segregate nearly all sports by gender. Otherwise, why do we even give a shit? what someone identifies with. So we live in a free country, and with consenting adults and people free expression of who and what they are.
On adult level, I agree with you. I think it doesn't matter what you teach
That's what I'm
children.
saying. And so,
wait, I thought Ben was a libertarian. I don't agree with that. Wait, what do you mean? You can't express who you are? Like, what's it to you, nerd? Shut the fuck up. Like, seriously. What is it to you? Why are you so bent that there are people just living free? He's just like, no, I don't agree. Everyone should have the boring, sexless life that I live.
so there's the matrix of what you are biologically, how you express yourself, who you choose as a sexual partner. If we actually live in a free country, as we tell ourselves, people's freedom to behave in any of those ways should not concern you at all. Nor are they requiring that you behave that way. Okay, this is for their own freedoms, because we live in a...
Yeah, no one is forcibly transing Ben, okay? Even though he would be cute. We have seen photos of Jen Shabibo, and, she ain't bad.
Free country. Now, what is unresolved here is, what do you do with sports? It's unresolved. And I've followed that closely, and I don't see any meaningful solutions to come down off of that. We know that hormones manifest differently in different people, and there's the whole thing with steroids. Steroids are hormones, right? And we rallied against steroids in professional sports because it gives you an undue advantage. So I've tried to think of what the future of sports would be in the world of a gender spectrum. And it may be, you don't specify whether it's a male or female sport. You just take measurements of what your hormonal balances are. And so you compete based on your hormones. This is thought I had. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to land.
The WNBA won't be in business for very long if that's the case.
I disagree. I think, first of all, if trans people were as fire at athletic competition as the way conservatives claim that they are, and not just a bunch of coder sock wearing Hearts of Iron players who love modding Fallout New Vegas, okay, and just being left alone and memeing and shit. If trans people were just that fucking good at athletic shit, then trans women being incorporated into a space that's otherwise dominated by cis women would literally bring more eyeballs and therefore more revenue to all of these sports, genuinely uplifting female sports in general. But of course, that's not the case. You know what I mean? It's just not. It just comes from a place of living in fear and in an otherwise insulated existence where you are so far removed from the existence of real trans people in the real world. Right? It's funny how you speak as if your opinion is a fact. Well, that's what Ben is doing as well. I think you just happen to agree with him. But yeah, I mean, if you disagree with me, I am always willing and able to understand your position. Terrible take. Look at that trans woman who won a national championship. What do you mean? That's one person, and she didn't even win. She got 5th place. She lost to 4 cis women. The fuck? And even then, you would just basically, you would be pointing to a singular individual. Anyway. Regardless. Okay? What was I going to say? I got derailed a little bit. This conversation breaks people's brains a lot, weirdly enough. But yeah, like I said, if that was the case, if trans women were just fucking goated at sports, just across the board, okay? If that was the case, then more people would probably watch. It'd be more entertaining. It'd be more interesting. It's just There's been a story about a trans fighter beating our local fighter in women's league or whatever. So yeah, it's happening. Yeah, you think it's happening because, one, there aren't that many trans people in general. And there aren't that many trans people that are competing in athletic competitions. But the reason why you think it's happening is because whenever a trans person actually competes, it becomes a matter of news. Everyone always talks about it endlessly. And we are, unfortunately, lizard-brained dipshits, all of us, right? We're all super lizard-brained. So when we get stimulated by something that's like fascinating and new, a phenomena, right? We immediately have this bias called recency bias, where we assume that this is happening way more frequently. Or is it frequency bias? Is that what it is? It's both recency bias and also, I guess, it's just our biases that are plugging the holes that we have. I mean, there is basically another analogous comparison that I can give with respect to the Nashville school shooting, which was conducted by a trans man, was transitioning rather recently, an AFAB, assigned female at birth, trans man, did the Nashville shooting. And it was the reason why I'm explaining it with these terminology that maybe some people will, why does it matter that they're trans? Exactly. No, that's my point. No, that's the point that I'm making. It doesn't matter, right? This is America. This is the United States of America. Everyone does mass shootings, and we know that over the course of the past 5 years, almost 3,000 mass shootings have occurred, and the overwhelming majority, like almost all of them, have been done by cis men, right? There have been 3 trans people that have done mass shootings over the course of the past 5 years. There have been almost 3,000 mass shootings, and yet they make it seem as though, like the right loves to make it seem as though like trans people are out for blood, right? It's not. It's not a thing. It's not like a commonplace occurrence, and the facts do not correspond to your feelings in that regard, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's vibes based. You know? So yeah. Isn't the reverse true though? Achievements are further highlighted by whether they're trans or not? No. No. Trans victories, albeit very, very rare, are highlighted in the media to say, look, they're always, because the corresponding biases that people have is that trans women are biologically men and therefore have the same advantage that like cis men have over cis women. So they point to that to say, this will wreck sports. It's not fair. Of course, no part of sports is supposed to be fair. That's why sports is fun, right? But people hyper-focus on it. People hyper-focus on it and cut these kinds of arguments, cut these kinds of videos to instill transphobia. And it can be in an innocuous way. It can be as like unrelated to like people's daily existence, whether it be like, the one 14-year-old trans girl that's like doing a high school swim meet, versus it could be something like the school shooting, where it's like, this is how all trans people are. This is how all trans people are. New political frog here, smile. I know where this guy is coming from, and he's not a new political frog. This. I love this. Honest question. Mass shootings being considered 3+ or 4+ victims, do gangland shootings not cover a lot of those shootings? My man said gangland shootings. Yeah, definitely coming from just an innocent question. This is where is gangland? Of course, part of that consideration factors, shootings that happen in lower income neighborhoods. That doesn't change it. That doesn't change the reality. Like, do you think that those people don't deserve like a life of dignity? I don't get it. Like, are they just like different people? What do you think? Like, should we classify it separately? I saw so many absolutely fucking unhinged quote retweets on my tweet about how the right was salivating to like pin this awful, inhumane action and another school shooting in America on all trans people. I said, over the past 5 years, 1,840 plus mass shootings have occurred in the U.S. 3 of those shooters have been trans. Guns are the number one killer of children 1 to 18, and the right are salivating over a school shooter being trans to deflect away from the main issue, ease of access to weapons. And a big chunk of the sentiment expressed here was that like these are people who are putting 17-year-old black men and the shootings that they engage in this conversation. Like, okay, are they not under 18? Is that not a factor into consideration? Like, should that not be considered? Do you think that that's not a real shooting? Like, what's happening? Do you think that that's just a normal part of existence that should not actually be factored in? Do you think that they're not American? What's going on here? And I think I do know what's going on here. Okay. It's just like, it's a weird way to like try and segregate mass shootings by race. Like, is that what you want to do? You're like, here in the United States of America, we have white mass shootings and then we have black mass shootings. Those are 2 entirely separate categories. It's like, well, they're American. They're American citizens. And we're all living in the same fucking space. No matter how much you try to think that your New Hampshire enclave that you live in is how the world should be, just all white. That's not how that works. Like, gang violence is still violence, and it's still conducted. If it's done with a gun, still gun violence. Now, having said that, okay? Another really funny way to break this down was from some academic, which I thought was really funny. And no, I'm not talking about DJ academics. Some fucking dude was like, actually, a lot of these are actually accidents. Or a lot of these are gun suicides. I'm like, oh, here, this is it. Great example of everything being wrong. There have been 20 mass shootings past 5 years. 3 shooters were trans. The number one killer of children is accident. You can't break out one variety. He said the number one killer of children is accident. What do you mean? These are not deliberate, stupid. These are also accidents as well, except for cancer, I guess. What do you mean? Are the motor vehicle crash deaths not accident? He literally said, guys, I don't really like the way that they broke down what the share of percentage of most accidental deaths for children are. We should just lump them all in together. He's like, guys, I really don't like the way that this data broke down different types of accidents. So I think we should just say the number one child killer is actually death. Does this mean that like accidental deaths are okay? Does this mean that like accidental or deliberate deaths with a fucking gun when you have ease of access to weapons and you kill yourself with a gun, do you think that that should be factored differently? Why do you want to factor it differently when the common denominator is still guns? The guns figure includes all children through 18 and reflects the crime surge, etc. Yeah, crime surge of children and guns. Guys, you don't understand. I'm an academic, and as a serious academic, I'm telling you that the number one child killer is oopsies. Okay? I don't think you understand this. This is, why is everybody booing me? I'm right. The number one killer is actually the top of the hour ad break, but fear not. You can avoid the top of the hour ad break. It's a big, bad, scary ad break coming to you. It's 3 minutes long. But fear not, you can avoid it by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon account to your Twitch account, your Amazon Prime account. You can avoid them. You can also get gifted a sub. Accidents are number one. I guess gun deaths are okay then. Yeah. It's all accidents, but also crime is on the rise. Yeah. I don't think people understand, like, gun control is about not just like taking guns away from the people that you don't like. Okay? In Infinite Ryman and Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25. Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 10. Please New Coscore, thank you for the 10. What the fuck's going on? These guys are helping everybody avoid the accidents at the top of the hour. If we're going to go back to the accident thing, by the way, one of the funniest parts about this is that like motor vehicle crashes have gone down, right? Motor vehicle crash related deaths for children have gone down dramatically. Why? If there's one thing that's more accessible than a fucking gun, well, I guess technically cars are not more accessible than guns because like, it's more expensive, and also it's not protected by the Second Amendment, so you can't really like buy it. There's a lot of safety regulation revolving around it, like driver's license and whatnot. But again, part of the reason is because technology improves and makes cars safer. There's more regulation surrounding cars. You know what I mean? How you can make a car versus like, you know, all the things that you need to do to get a license, all this shit. So that makes motor vehicle crash accidents go down. But when there are no restrictions, and if anything, we are deregulating any kind of like pre-existing restrictions that we had on guns, gun deaths go up. It's that simple. So yeah, I think it's yet another instance where like people just genuinely misunderstand data, and they're not very smart, and they know that their audience is not very smart, so they don't have to be very smart, and can get away with making a shit argument. Because as long as there are what do you call it? As long as there are enough dumb people, your dumb argument could come across like it's actually intelligent, right? Which is kind of how this works, which sucks, but there's nothing you can do about it. On this handy graph for the discourse. Yeah, I mean, we saw this. Yeah, I know. So yeah, let's get started. Police release body cam video of response to school massacre. We covered this yesterday, but
learn more about the 6 lives lost, including 3 young children. Alex Perez is in Nashville with the latest. Good morning, Alex.
Hey, good morning, George. This body camera video is our first glimpse at the sheer terror inside the school during that shooting. Authorities believe the officers' quick actions saved lives.
Let's go!
This morning, Metro Nashville Police releasing the dramatic body camera footage of those terrifying moments officers arrived at the Covenant School Monday, an active shooter already inside. Officers arriving quickly at the private Christian school immediately met by...
It is pretty wild. It's like, you know how we say like fucking dog bites man, doesn't make the news, man bites dog, it makes the news. This is a man bites dog moment for cops. Like police actually fucking rising to the occasion and like literally fucking bouldering in and tackling the problem head on is a incredibly and exceedingly rare police W. So, you know, that we're gonna see this footage be played a lot. There will be a movie made about this. You know, obviously, when you compare this to like Uvalde, you see why everyone is going crazy over it. Where's ACAB KEGW? I mean, first and foremost, I don't know how these guys fucking operate in the real world regularly, but this is the one instance where cops are supposed to be doing the right thing, and they did it. You know, W where W is deserved. Like, you know, what do you mean? Are we just gonna act like 2,000 fucking, or what is it, 1,000 police murders? More often than not is not like this, by the way. Is all of a sudden just something that we shouldn't even consider because these guys did the right job, like they did the violence where they're supposed to do violence. Notice how in a lot of those other murders, you don't have body camera footage and they hide it instead of immediately releasing it. You want to know why? Because they did the job here. They did the correct job here. So they immediately released the body camera footage. In all those other ones, the body camera just simply fails to work for some reason. So come on. Having said that, I've never been an advocate for like the full and complete abolition of any kind of like democratized militia that is doing the same functions that the police are supposed to do in theory. I am in favor of some form of organization that does what police are supposed to do. If anything, I want the police to do what they're theoretically supposed to do and actually protect and serve the people and not protect and serve capital. This is great. More of this, please. Okay?
by staff.
The kids are all locked down, but we have 2 kids that we don't know where they are.
Okay.
Entering the building, sirens blaring.
Metro Police, open door!
Meticulously going door to door.
Is there anything to the idea that cops are saying how good they did, but 6 people still died? Isn't it obvious what needs to be done here? Yeah, of course. I have brought that up as well. It's that, like, even when the police do the absolute best job that they could, and they did that here, 100%. They got a call, 14 minutes in, they fucking neutralized the shooter in a school. That's like, they fucking dove in. You got a shooter with, like, weapons. That's a terrifying situation. They cleared all the fucking rooms, and they did the absolute best, what they're supposed to be doing in this circumstance. It's not an easy thing to do. It is a very, very hard thing to do, to just like dive into a fucking school when the shooter could be in any corner. You know that they have a gun. You know they've used it already. You know that you could be killed. It's brave. It's a very brave thing. Make no mistake. But the reason why 6 people still died is because our legislators are supposed to do something about this. Okay? Because this is the maximum. This is the max output. You know what I mean? This is the best that they can do. Now it's time for the fucking legislators to do their job, which they're not going to do. Does that make sense? Because no matter how well cops do their fucking job, and this is a rare moment where they did do it, right? ultimately, we cannot fucking fix these issues without any sort of legislative reform. But of course, that Tennessee representative very openly stated that he is not interested in doing anything. So if you want to get a better understanding of how your legislators feel about the problem and how whether or not it should be fixed, Tennessee Representative Burchett straight up said, we're not going to fix it. Like, actually said that. They completely failed on the preventative level by ignoring a 911 call hours beforehand. That's not true. It wasn't hours beforehand. What actually happened is the shooter informed a friend from middle school when they played basketball together about what they were intending to do, but it was vague. Okay? That friend called the suicide hotline because those messages, those DMs on Instagram looked like this person was suicidal, but not necessarily interested in doing something violent. Then the suicide hotline told the person to call the cops instead. And by the time, as far as I understand, by the time that this person had called the cops, it was too late. The shooter had already entered the school. So it doesn't even seem like they failed spectacularly on the preventative measure side either.
4 body camera capturing police clearing each classroom, a bathroom, and down the hall,
Sounds like it's upstairs.
the officers, realizing the shooter had taken a position on the second floor common area, rushing up the stairs.
Reloading! Clear! Move!
Within 3 minutes of arrival, officers Rex Engelbert and Michael Colazzo zeroing in, opening fire, killing the shooter. The horrific tragedy leaving 3 young children and 3 staff members dead. Police say the shooter was a former student at the school.
This church building was a target of the shooter, but we have no information at present to indicate that the shooter was specifically targeting anyone.
And this morning, new details about the shooter's actions before the rampage. Investigators speaking with the parents of the 28-year-old suspect, Audrey Hale, who police say was born female but identified as transgender. Authorities learning that the...
Wait, why didn't they just say identifies as transgender male? What the fuck? It's been like 3 days at this point. Listen, this isn't like defending. This isn't literally like defending the shooter or anything. This is me criticizing the media. Like, your job as the media is to give people the accurate information. Okay? If a mass shooting happened and a cis man did it, and the media was like, well, this was a woman, you'd be like, what the fuck? What do you mean? You can't, what? Like, it blows my fucking mind that like 3 days in, the media still like identifies as transgender. Just say that is a trans man. That's it. Like, that's your job as the media is to deliver factually correct information. What the fuck is happening? Like, I understand why originally there was a lot of confusion, but that's crazy. Like, this makes no fucking sense. Here comes Steven Crowder. No, like, listen. I think people genuinely do not understand what I'm saying or deliberately misunderstand what I'm saying. Like, this person is a piece of shit. They're a fucking monster. Doesn't matter if they have been victimized or not. They are a fucking monster. They killed 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults, okay, that had nothing to do with anything, okay? They're a fucking monster. Everybody recognizes that. Everybody understands that. And if you are defending this fucking monstrous person, you're a piece of shit or delusional in a scary way. Or you're on Twitter. You're an average Twitter user. One or the other, okay? But like, it makes no sense that the media, it makes no sense that the media would not do their fucking job right. You know what I mean? It's like, your job is to literally give us the accurate information, stupid. Like, it makes no sense. Like, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Anyway.
The shooter legally purchased 7 firearms from 5 different local gun.
This part is also insane, but expected, but also insane. And we should take, this is probably the most informative and most important part of it, that like someone who is suicidal can go and purchase 7 fucking weapons legally. And just like, you know, go and shoot them. Shoot those weapons at children. Was it known by the gun stores that this person was suicidal? Interesting question. Don't you think that there should be a law that dictates that if you are suicidal, let's work through this. If you're suicidal, you shouldn't be able to purchase a gun. That's my take. Okay, if you have chronic depression, you should not be able to have a gun. I've said this many times over. People have said I'm ableist or whatever, but like, it's for your own benefit. It's not even for the benefit of others. It's for your own benefit. And I think a lot of people would agree with that if they really, really worked it through. Right? Veterans, fucking non-veterans, civilians, everyone that is suicidal, has chronic depression, should not have access to guns, right? How do we document that? For the regular sale of guns. There you go. Great question. Mental health evaluations should be an absolute necessity for gun purchases. It should be a part of the background checks that should be universal. That would be a limiting factor in access to weapons. 54% of gun deaths in this country are suicides, okay? And a big chunk of the 54%, if not almost all of it, in the suicides are men. A lot of people love talking a big game about how like male suicide is on the rise, but they don't want to do anything about the contributing factors there. They don't want to do anything that limits it. You can say worst take all you want, brother. Bad take, worst take, yeah. That's the reality of America, by the way, where you can be like saying the most sane thing that 99% of the planet would agree with, but like there is the 1% of Americans that are like, dude, that is so dumb. How dare you? Like, what do you mean? You think that people with chronic depression shouldn't be able to have guns? Like, wow, dude, fuck you. And the unfortunate reality there is that there are a lot of people in America that do actually agree with that. They look at that and they're so conditioned into like immediately fucking pushing back that they go crazy. And for you saying you mean 30% Lamau, no, I said 1% of the entire planet's population. 1% of the entire planet's population means America has 4% of the entire planet's population. That would be a quarter of Americans. So that's what I mean. The 1% of the entire planet's population would be like, you know, give or take 30% of Americans. Which I don't even think it's 30% of Americans. It's probably even lower than that because it's such a reasonable take. Depressed people shouldn't be allowed to protect themselves. Brother, if you're a depressed person, which you clearly aren't, okay, and you're speaking for depressed people right now, if you're a depressed person, gun control is protecting you. You know that? Gun control of the sort that I am describing would protect you. Because the likelihood that you will turn the gun on your own fucking mouth and shoot yourself in the face is significantly higher than you actually defending yourself against like a home invasion style scenario that you made up in your mind. Okay? So what I'm describing is literally protecting depressed people. Gun control the protects depressed people more than the fantasy that you made up in your mind where like, depressed John Wick is going to kill everyone that tried to fucking harm his dog. Spin-off franchise opportunity, depressed John Wick. So what? He just fucking... It's just him constantly trying to unlock his gun safe over and over again. For 3.5 hours, is that what we're talking about?
Stores. 3 of those weapons used to carry out the attack.
She was under doctor's care for an emotional disorder. Law enforcement knew nothing about the treatment she was receiving, but her parents felt that she should not own weapons. As it turned out, she had been hiding several weapons within the house.
This community now mourning, remembering those lost, and the terrified expressions on those young faces.
Don't speak for depressed people. I want to be armed, but I won't be able to under your gun control. Yes, because unfortunately for you, chatter, depressed chatter, it is legitimately better for you to not have guns, okay? Like, this is objectively a fact, okay? If you care about suicide in this country, then you should understand that what I'm saying is objectively a fact. Okay? If you care about male suicide in this country, especially, then you have to understand that what I'm saying is quite literally a factually accurate statement. Not an opinion, it's just how things work. Okay? And most depressed chatters, most chatters with chronic depression who have attempted to take their lives in the past, including a lot of the veterans in this community, will tell you that that is correct. It's quite literally better for your own safety to not have a gun. The fact that I have spent the past 20 minutes describing this like incredibly basic, factually correct statement to a group of individuals from the United States of America that are stating that like my objectively correct statement in this circumstance is like somehow a matter of discussion or a point of contention, basically tells you where we're at. Like it shows you how far Americans are down the Kool-Aid spectrum. Let's continue.
Katie Robbins lives near the school and sprung into action.
So I ran outside and I just said, "I'm a mom. How can I help you?" And this little boy looked up at me and I will.
Marks also doesn't agree with you, for the record. Yeah, I don't care. Marks also didn't shower famously and lived in filth. Like, oh man, wait, not the prophet Karl Marx, dude. Not the prophet Karl Marx. That's crazy. He said by no means, should the proletariat and the proletariat arming itself should be suppressed. That's, man, I didn't realize that Karl Marx, the prophet of communism, the religion that I believe in, was saying that under no pretext should you ever be able to disarm the proletariat. That's crazy. Again, keep telling us how you are really a fucking lib. Yes, being a liberal is about like how you deviate away from the surahs of the prophet Karl Marx. Not even the main shit, but the surahs. You know what I mean? Like you can't even. I don't care. Yeah, I'm a fucking lib, man. Suck my cock, idiot. Like, there you go. Yeah, I'm a liberal. Oh no. How about that? Only in your delusional fucking Discord circles do you literally think that this is like a negative thing, okay? This is not one of those circles, okay? I do use liberal as a pejorative regularly because it's not what I believe in, but if you consider that to be like, if you consider your LARPing take on what you suspect Karl Marx would say about like fucking mentally ill people who are suicidal having access to weapons, I don't know what to tell you. Not on Discord. I actually just read books, fuckface. Yeah. Great. Thanks. Maybe you should read less of them because regardless of how many books you fucking read, it seems to me like your brain is not working right now about addressing the actual problem in front of you. Suck my dick, lib. Okay, shut up, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Fucking annoying, dude. So many friendless perverts in the fucking chat have to be like, I'm the most leftist person. I can't even have like a normal fucking conversation. Like every fucking dumbass is like, no, dog, you don't understand. It's like literally buying a $5,000 kitted out fucking AR-15 is actually what every proletarian needs to do, especially if they are fucking, chronically depressed or have suicidal ideations. Like that's how it works. Just go do something productive. Okay. Like talking about how big of a fucking leftist you are in the chat is not actually going to help you. Okay. Here, I'm going to give you a 30-minute timeout. Yeah, like I always say, some of you fucking dumbass leftists need to stop reading theory and read the room, okay? What about the unintended consequences of people further avoiding mental health diagnosis, which would make the problem worse? I'd rather see more robust emergency systems in place for the call and get help immediately. I think all these people desperately wanted out at some point and had nowhere to go. Fair. I've always advocated for that though. But this is only one of the many other issues. This is one of the many other factors that play a role, okay? A lot of you, instead of joining the fucking proletarian, revolutionary vanguard, are just in the Twitch chat being like, I'm actually leftier than fucking dumbass himbo Twitch streamer Hasanabi. Okay, congratulations, dude. You're more left than me, I think.
We'll never forget the look in his eyes. He said, help me get inside here. How do I get inside here?
3 children killed, all just 9 years old. Hallie Scruggs, a daughter of the school's senior pastor, her father in a statement saying, we are heartbroken. She was such a gift. Evelyn Dickhouse, her family writing, our hearts are completely broken. We cannot believe this has happened. Evelyn was a shining light in this world. And young
gun ownership is an American brain rot with 2-year subs with septum piercing and polycules are popping off on how they need to also own a gun. Yeah, it's like, this is a universal value in the United States of America. So it's, of course, not shocking that, like, inevitably some of the mass shooters over the course of many, many years are going to be trans because they're American, ultimately. They have ease of access to arsenals. That's it. That's how that works. Obviously, that doesn't mean that, like, everyone that buys a weapon is going to do a fucking mass shooting or anything like that. But it is, of course, going to happen. Like, it's the most understandable thing.
William Kinney. The adult victims all worked at the school. 61-year-old substitute teacher Cynthia Peak. Her family writing, she was a pillar of the community and a teacher beloved by all her students. 61-year-old custodian Mike Hill, a father of 7 children and grandfather to 14. His family writing in a statement, Michael was beloved by the faculty and students who filled him with joy for 14 years. And the adored head of the school, Catherine Kuntz, who was 60 years old.
And authorities say the shooter had no previous criminal record. Investigators are still trying to pinpoint an exact motive.
Well, hey there, GMA fans.
Why does this combo always roll around banning fucking guns? All you need is better laws to make them a bit less accessible so everyone and their dog doesn't have an assault rifle. Every other comparable nation does this. You can still have guns in Canada, for example. Just got to jump through a couple of hoops that are in place for safety reasons. Yeah. A lot of people don't understand that, like, a big deterrent for crime is not necessarily that, like, you'll definitely go to jail or whatever. A big deterrent for crime is just like making it harder, like making it more annoying. Okay. Straight up. That is literally a major deterrent for crime. You have to make it like a little bit more difficult, not less difficult, just a little bit more. You got to put in more effort. Okay. That's it. And with that, you basically fucking eradicate a gigantic chunk of suicides immediately. Right. Make it more difficult. You have to like lie to be able you have to lie on your mental evaluation to be able to get a gun. And like that's going to be a factor under penalty of perjury. You know what I mean? Like that's going to be a huge factor for a lot of people. Going to stop them from being able to get a gun. Anyway, radical trans group torched for claim on Nashville school shooter. I got to pee while this plays. I'll be back in a second.
Peter actually had something in his reporting.
This is what the right is focusing on.
Josh Hawley claimed the Christian school was targeted. He tweeted, "This was a hate crime against Christian children and teachers. There is no defending it." However, President Biden thought it was the perfect time to tell a joke before even getting to the massacre at that elementary school. Watch it.
I believe that Christians were targeted in the Nashville school shooting. You believe that Christians were targeted?
I have no idea.
Josh Hawley believes they were. What do you say to that?
Well, I probably don't then.
Probably don't.
No, I'm joking. No, I have no idea.
That's just sick. Oh, sure, if a Republican believes it, I probably don't believe in it. Tammy Bruce, Fox News contributor, host of Get Tammy Bruce on Fox Nation. Your reaction?
One of the important jobs of the president is to be an empathizer, to be able to understand what the American people are going through. This is something that saved Bill Clinton's political career after the Murrah Federal Building bombing. People realized that even though you might not like some of the things he was doing, he really did feel our pain. He really cared. This is shameful, the same as when he went out first during a press conference, talked about his ice cream. There is a disconnect, clearly, with regular people and human beings. It's shameful. It's awful. He laughed. It was him, and I don't think he was joking. He says he's not joking. I don't think he was joking at all. That this is about chess moves. It's a game, literally, for them.
What?
It's a horrible framework. And then, of course, getting back to the gun issue, or at least certainly hate crimes. The manifesto is out there. This woman wrote things.
Yeah.
And there's a discussion that it may never be released. Clearly, if it was anyone else, it would be, I think. It's important for people to know.
It's literally false. It's notoriously inaccessible to like, usually, if it's like some fucking 4chan groiper dweeb lord, they post it online. That's the reason why people can fucking find it. But usually, just like with social media accounts, immediately the social media all the social media platforms that collaborate with the feds will take that shit down. The only reason why we haven't had access to this manifesto thus far is because it's handwritten, as far as I understand. And as far as we know, it's not online. Okay? There's a lot of like fake ones that are circulating, but the real one, and I've been looking for it, has not been has not been circulated at all. I want to see the Joe Brandon joke real quick. I want to know.
Been getting to the massacre at that elementary school. Watch it.
And even then, by the way, even then, they actually, even then, they will move swiftly to try to eliminate the manifesto. You want to know why they do that? It's the same principle behind like not wanting to show the shooter's face and identify them. Because they don't want copycats. That's it. The entire purpose of someone doing a mass shooting like this and then writing a fucking manifesto is so that other people, so they can motivate other people to do it. It doesn't stop me from wanting to see it, obviously. One, because I'm a fucking freak, and two, because I think it's important and instructive to like understand it, like understand the motivations, to parse through what was going on. Okay? The police release the manifesto. They will never release it. I wish I could see it. I will actively continue searching for it. But
I believe that Christians were targeted in a Nashville school shooting. Do you believe that Christians were targeted?
They're avoiding releasing it. You know it's true, Abby. Yeah, no shit. Of course they are literally fucking avoiding releasing it. What the fuck do you mean? Do you think they're avoiding releasing it because like... You think they're avoiding releasing it because you think that the cops that don't even understand that like trans men exist, for example, you think they're doing it because they're like secretly pro-trans? Is that what you think? You think it's going to make trans people look bad, and that's why Tennessee, like cops are notoriously right-wing. Tennessee police departments are like, oh man, we love being woke. Half of our police force is non-binary, so we want to make sure that we hide it. No, this is proper protocol. The reason why they have this protocol in place is so they don't fucking create copycats. That's the whole purpose of writing a fucking manifesto to begin with. So they don't want to give in to the fucking psychotic shooter. Jesus Christ. I'm still trying to figure it out myself. I want to know about it, but like this is for the purpose of investigations. This is a purpose for studying. The purpose is not so it like gets fucking distributed in every outlet. You literally just describe why they aren't releasing it. And some Pepega immediately goes, admit that they're avoiding releasing it. Yes. And like I said, the only reason why we hear about manifestos or see the actual real manifestos of shooters oftentimes because they put it online, okay? And as far as we know, so far, this person did not post it online. Do you get it? Do you understand?
I have no idea.
Josh Hawley believes they were. What do you say to that?
Well, I probably don't then.
Probably don't.
No, I'm joking. No, I have no idea.
Yeah, they're so they're like, I'm joking. I have no idea. Yeah, I mean it's Dark Brandon, you know? Funny. Yeah, he's saying if Josh Hawley believes it, I don't, which is a good take to have, I think. Yeah.
That was Audrey Hale.
That's correct.
And so the left can do whatever they want to make it look like Republicans played a role in that. But there was one person who did that killing.
Dog, what the fuck are these people saying? Like, there has never been a moment where the right has taken responsibility for mass shooters that unironically say, like, I am doing this mass shooting. I'm posting it on the internet because I want everyone to know I'm doing it specifically because I listen to Tucker Carlson, I listen to Ben Shapiro, and I love what they have to say. And I am their strongest fucking soldier. And then every fucking time this happens, they literally would turn around and go, well, obviously, who's to say where this person got radicalized? But the moment that there's like a trans person, like, clearly, it's literally the left. It's the violent communist Antifa at it again, even though the overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety of fucking domestic acts of terror or mass shootings are conducted in the hands of white nationalists and far-right anti-government extremists of different varieties, different seasonings. But like, listen, this is one trans person. So clearly the motivation is communism, communist Antifa. And they're going after it so fucking hard. Anyone who's ever said like trans people should defend themselves is getting blasted on the timeline. I'm surprised I haven't gotten blasted on the timeline thus far, but that's probably because like everyone knows me as the type of person that actively supports gun control measures. I don't like LARP on that shit, even though I do enjoy shooting guns. I've been very open about it. So that's probably the reason why I assume people aren't saying like, Hasan, you did this. Oh, you're being blasted? Not really. You are advocating for taking guns away from trans people also. No, not trans people. But if you are suicidal, it doesn't matter if you're trans or cis. Yes, I am advocating to take guns away from you. Yes. Yeah. I like guns, and I think gun control and restrictions should exist. Yes. There are people like me that exist. I would go so far as to say, if you were to have a private conversation with someone who is not fucking brain broken by internet psychotic nonsense, that the overwhelming majority of people who are gun owners would also say the same thing. Okay? It is really funny to see like gun perverts who are overwhelmingly right wing turn around and act like SJWs on the timeline to be like, dude, you are doing an ableism. You are doing a no growth. You think people who are suicidal shouldn't have guns? That is unforgivingly ableist. I'm like, bro, you said the R word like literally before and after this tweet. What the fuck do you mean? Like... It's so funny. It's like, you did a no growth, brother. Let me tell you, okay? I'm doing standpoint theory and you're doing bodies and spaces. That's where we're at right now, brother. You fucking kidding me? You think that people with chronic depression, people with suicidal ideation should not be able to bear arms? Are you fucking kidding me, sir? This kind of ableism will not stand. God damn it. All our words deserve to be armed. You understand me? Anyway. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, we'll get to their lives in a moment, the victims. We'll keep it there. A radical transgender group is issuing a statement saying the shooter felt she had no other effective way to be seen than by lashing out, by taking the life of others.
Hey, this is like, is this a psyop? Like, what's going on? What an insane thing to just say. Like, are you fucking insane? Are you out of your mind? Like, what kind of Fed posting shit is this? Like, that's a violently wild thing to say. Okay? Trans Resistance Network? I have no idea what the fuck this is. Lol Cow Fed Post group? No, for real though. That's like, why would you associate yourself with a fucking psychopath in any way? Like, that's insane. You know, I mean, this is unironically what like Nazis do when they're like, oh yeah, that guy is our hero. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you do that? Why would you literally go out of your way to associate yourself with a person who has done like an insurmountable, unacceptably violent thing? It's a nothing Twitter account with 3K subs. Well, it's a something Twitter account now. What the fuck is this? About the resistance, trans resistance, MA? I don't think this is correct. I doubt that this is it. What? Trans Resistance Network have released a statement on the mass shooting, why murdering children and their teachers is justified and how hard it is for trans-identified people, essentially. So this is like a fucking dumbass account with like 3K followers that now is like going to be considered like the foremost authority on trans issues. Is that what we're doing? They don't even have a fucking... oh, dude, this doesn't even look like a good psyop. This looks like an idiotic psyop. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. 3 months down the line, there's going to be a fucking like extensive internet detective backed New York Times article about how this was like created by 4chan that bought the domain or whatever, you know what I mean? And then, but at that point, it's over. You know, so much propaganda has been cut. Like, I don't even think this is some fucking FBI shit. This is just like, just insane. We do not claim to know the individual or have access to their inner thoughts and feelings. We do know that for transgender people is very difficult and made more difficult in the preceding months by a virtual avalanche of anti-trans legislation. Listen, this could also be fucking real. I mean, it could be a 4chan troll or it could be real because sometimes people do go fucking unhinged. They go bananas mode, okay? They go buck wild. They do. This seems immediately on its face like a completely fucking made up 4chan style bait that everyone is going to jump on hook, line, and sinker. Okay? But regardless, even if it's not, even if it's actually fucking real, okay? Even if it's actually fucking real, even if it's like a bunch of fucking sick freaks, who gives a shit? There are like a million viable, legitimate, actually doing good work trans groups out there. You went out of your way to find the one that said something that you wanted them to say. And now you're just fucking going after it like as though this is actually reflective of the entire trans community. We remind the news media to respect the self-identified pronouns of transgender individuals who come across your desk. Aid and Hale self-identify with he, him pronouns on forward-facing sites. We also urge you to avoid pandering to those individuals on the right who will use this double tragedy to torment, fear, and terror of transgender people. Double tragedy? Are they saying that, like, a trans person was killed by the police, and that's why it's a double tragedy? Yeah, all of this has the markings of a psyop. You will not get me to fucking believe this. Yeah, no. No. No, this is 1,000,000% a psyop. Nope. It's literally WordPress. Come on, dog. No shot. Yeah. The worst part about it is that, as we have seen many, many times over in this fucking community, sometimes people who present themselves as being on your side, okay, will get a bunch of unhinged people who are otherwise well-intentioned to also agree with it. This is how you cook up the perfect psyop. We remind the news media to respect it, okay, even though they didn't do that, which is weird. How do you argue against it if it's not a psyop? What do you mean, how do you argue against it? We live in the United States of America. You know how many fucking mentally ill people are out there? Like, where is this? People who are progressive oftentimes mistake that, like, if someone is from a marginalized background, they are, like, incapable of saying severely and significantly mentally ill shit. Okay? Even if this is not a psyop, even if this is an honest to God, real trans person who legitimately believes this, who cares? You're a fucking freak lord. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the point. Like, there's no reason to like automatically go, oh man, let's hand it to these guys. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't understand that. I never understood that. I don't understand the willingness that people have to never actually look at what someone is saying, okay, and immediately go into defense mode because they think like ostensibly these people are on our side. Like, no. That's how Black Hammer was created, okay? And not even once did I ever consider them to be a viable, legitimate group that was interested in black liberation. I talked about them all the fucking time. It's so fucking stupid. Black Hammer is a psychotic grifter cult that was created by Ghazi, this guy. All you need to know about him is that he fucking wore like the Joker face makeup, okay? Like all the time. He was a YouTuber. You're actually so whitewashed. Why? Because of my criticisms of a psychotic cult by the name of Black Hammer? Is that who like literally say they're Trump supporters now, by the way? Yeah, he was a pedophile. And not only was he a fucking pedophile, he was also, he was also torturing like homeless kids and shit. Yeah, go ahead. Defend that cult, dude. Good job. A psychotic cult led by a fucking pedophile who is now in jail, okay? Who literally, one, tried to say that they were like communist revolutionaries for the third world, okay? That then turned around and are now Trump supporters. Go ahead, bro. Explain it more. Oh, apparently they're now patriotic socialists, by the way. The cult Black Hammer is now joining forces with Matthew Heimbach's Patriotic Socialist Front to fight globalist Zionists and race baiters, something that fits well with Heimbach's vision of united nationalisms. Frightening, but altogether unsurprising development. They literally are now Nazis. Like they're working with the Nazis. It's supposed to be a group that is interested in black emancipation. And emancipation and liberation for all working class people from indigenous and black backgrounds. It's the fucking 4chan meme of like, the two dudes doing the two dudes bumping fists. Your takes are always moderated and reasonable. Sometimes I thought you were a pandering lib. No, fuck no. They went so far left, they went right. No, they didn't go left. There is no leftism here. That's the point. Miskiv says Hasan has no personality, only looks. True. Thank you for saying I'm hot, Miskiv. Anyway, it's not like horseshoe theory or whatever the fuck, okay? It's just when you're not like a person rooted within a person that has a worldview that is like rooted within genuine materialist analysis, you are going to come across like a fucking weirdo. And you are susceptible to fucking getting duped regularly. I mean, here, yeah. You heard it here first. The Black Hammer organization and the Proud Boys are forming a coalition to defeat the disgusting, pedo-loving, welfare economy democrats and their puppet master, Big Pharma, who has been poisoning us all along. How's this motherfucker tweeting? He's in jail, isn't he? Anyway, I mean, look, I rarely ever cover them because they're like looking for attention. That's pretty much what they do. That they say these unhinged things specifically to get attention. And that's why I never really covered it until they like went to jail. You know what I mean? But old tweet from 2021. He's in jail now. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, he is literally a fucking YouTube theater kid. So, the trans resistance network seems like a fucking psyop, but even if they're not a psyop, the trans resistance network that said these statements that Fox News is like very excited to cover reads like a psyop. But even in the off chance that they are not, who cares? They're fucking unhinged. Don't be duped. Don't be suckered into fucking believing dumb shit like this. Okay? Bias and sensationalized coverage of these viewpoints is both irresponsible and reprehensible, I say, as I give them a lending hand.
Life for transgender people is very difficult. Hate has consequences. Twitter users piled on as well. Some users saying they don't condone the shooting, but understand the shooter's outrage against an intolerant
That's insane.
state that brainwashes children through religious indoctrination. Others mock the state's.
Dude, people are so fucking stupid, dude. Yes, if you go to Twitter, you're going to find every kind of fucking unhinged take. Oh my God, I hate this so much. I hate it. Wow, dude, crazy. I can't believe this is a sentiment expressed by literally all trans people and all people on the left. It's crazy. Put my fucking takes on there. Go ahead. This tweet literally has 58 likes. It has 58 likes, 544 quote tweets after this fucking, after they got blasted. Okay. They have 19 followers. 19 followers. 19 followers, not following anybody. Fox News decided to put this on the timeline as though it's like indicative of any kind of like movement or momentum or very, very interesting. Who would have guessed?
Ban on transgender issues and called for thoughts and prayers. Tammy.
Well, you know, let me tell you, there's only one group that is having days of revenge, right? And days of rage. And
what? No. A day of revenge is every day on the Matt Walsh broadcast against trans people. What the fuck do you mean? You just agree with that, so you don't consider that to be a thing. Also, I don't even know what this day of revenge shit is. What is this? That also seems 4chan as fuck. Let's see. Day of Revenge Trans Network? Is that what it is? Bro. This smells like a fucking 4chan move. Trans Radical Activist Network, Tran. It's called Tran. So you mean to tell me that a trans group called themselves Tran? Oh, there's a group of fucking the sweatiest nerds on the planet currently going, dude, I can't believe we did it again. The protest was rebranded before the national tragedy from visibility to vengeance, by the Trans Radical Activist Network. Is this the online event will be hosted on 4/1? This protest is about unity, not inciting violence. Tran does not encourage violence, and it is welcome at this event. Below is a press release regarding the recent events. Due to the hate we received, we disabled our contact form. We will provide an update regarding the contact form when it becomes available. Scheduled for April 1st. They call themselves Tran. Like, a lot of this seems fucking ridiculous. We are hearing rumors that the far right is currently planning to attack this trans rights event. While there are just rumors, additional steps are being taken to ensure the safety of all who attend. Protest, March 31st, Trans Day of Vengeance. We refuse to live in fear. We refuse to be eradicated. Come celebrate Trans Day of Visibility with us loudly. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Here's their description on it. It doesn't matter how they fucking try and describe it, dude. Remember what I told you guys about how like the right will oftentimes make up their own villains if they can't find it. Like they'll always go like, oh, you know, trans people are gonna fucking compete, or people are just gonna fake being trans just so they can go and like compete in athletic competitions. And then because they can't find like someone who's faking being trans, they'll go and do it themselves to make a, you know, to make a video. Like it's always like that. They can't find anyone who did it, so it's just like them doing it. This seems similar. Or maybe they're just actually fucking unhinged. Okay? Who knows? Like the Stonewall riots, the gays and lesbians were experiencing, the trans community is experiencing now. The cycle of hate needs to end. In fact, it must. Allies, siblings, we need you now more than ever. I was a radical revolutionist. I still am a revolutionist. I am glad I was in the Stonewall riot. I remember when someone threw a Molotov cocktail, I thought, my God, the revolution is here. The revolution is finally here, says Sylvia Rivera. First of all, why would someone not bring up the fact, if they're talking about this, why would they not say that the first brick at the Stonewall riot was thrown by a trans woman? Like that doesn't make sense to me. This is like a fact that like every fucking LGBT person knows. You know what I mean? Also, what the fuck is a revolutionist? Sylvia Rivera is the activist. Is the person that they're I think. Is Sylvia Rivera the first person that threw the brick? No, right? GoDaddy says the domain was registered July last year. I thought it was Marsha P. Johnson. Yeah, the site was created a month after the WordPress one. Not sus at all. Anyway. Everyone who was here basically said that she was never there that night. Her presence is a myth. I think it's just some unhinged people. This protest was planned a good while before the shooting happened. Yeah. There's also, I think, an album on Bandcamp called Trans Day of Vengeance or Trans Day of Revenge, if I'm not mistaken. But ultimately, Stonewall was defensive action. Any attempt to liken what has happened that is completely and utterly removed from the trans movement or trans emancipation that happened in this fucking school, okay, this school shooting, is either A, someone who is deliberately trying to make it seem as though like this is what trans people are actually invested in, or people who are delusional and should not be taken seriously. Does that make sense? I'm attending a trans visibility march here in Houston this evening. Has nothing to do with the revenge? Yes. This is not a psyop, just trans people who like guns and use 4chan too much? Yeah, probably. Again, there are a lot of trans people on 4chan as well, so. Sorry to bother by posting AM, but I reverse searched the pink unicorn from the WordPress site and it was uploaded online first time 2 days ago. Anyway, controversial group behind the Trans Day of Vengeance raised money for firearms trading as other trans protesters posed with guns ahead of march in D.C. on Saturday. The protest was rebranded before the Nashville tragedy from Visibility to Vengeance by the Trans Radical Activist Network. It seems fucking wild. What is this? Kill Christ cucks. Behead Christ cucks. Roundhouse kick a Christ cuck into the concrete. Slam dunk a Christ cuck baby into the trash can. Crucify filthy Christ cucks. Defecate in a Christ cuck's food. Launch Christ cucks into the sun. One activist using the hashtag on a since a suspended account posted an assault rifle and is threatening to kill Christ cucks as Twitter removed thousands of posts with the flyers from the event. The actual person in the photo has responded to that. That's a fake post. Dude. That's fake. I follow that woman's real account. That's Alana McLaughlin. That's a fake account using her pictures. Yeah, there you go. Isn't Christcook a literal 4chan term? They aren't even trying anymore. Dude, to the average person, they don't fucking know. They don't have the same brain disease that we all do. Why the fuck would they know? This was a 4chan troll. The op is an MMA fighter. The OP is an MMA fighter from Oregon, and someone took it and spun it as Alana Savage. Yeah, like, they don't fucking know. That's why this shit works. That's why these, like, kinds of weird psyops always fucking work. No, that's a picture of me, and you're posting a screenshot from a right-wing sock account that has successfully whipped you fools up into a hateful frenzy. But hey, guess what? That only got 3,800 likes, and I'm willing to bet that fucking Daily Mail, did they actually offer clarity on this? What? Yeah, TND Tracker is the same account. Their name was Audrey Hale. They're a martyr against transphobia from hateful Christian bigots like you genociding us. We will defend ourselves from you. Where is your God now? Pray for mercy because we won't show any. These aren't trans activists that are posting this shit. This is literally like Daily Mail writing a fucking article about Sam Hyde being the real shooter. Like, it's so fucking dumb. They do this every time. How do you not understand this? How do you have zero fucking internet media literacy? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Every single fucking time they get catfished by 4chan. Every single fucking time. Like, it's not even particularly brilliant or smart. But of course, they go unhinged, they go buck wild, and they fucking play along with this, even if they do know that it's fucking fake, because they don't give a shit. Ay, ay, ay.
And arguing about there's a genocide and really setting up those who might be easily tipped over into being violent. And then those remarks, those kinds of...
Dude, Fox News saying that they're arguing about how there's a genocide against trans people when there is like actually mass attempts of eradication from public spaces of trans people that they advocate for, while also simultaneously talking about how there is a white genocide happening and how that doesn't contribute to people who literally go out and write fucking like actual 14 words and say, there's a white genocide happening and I have to stop it, is mind-boggling. Oh my fucking Lord, dude.
Statements, excuse it, and send a message to everyone else that this is a reasonable kind of reaction considering ... Some have said this is the argument of suggesting that, well, the rape victim's skirt was too short. Is that there's, you're making this happen.
Fox News saying, dude, Fox News saying that their victim blaming is pretty funny. Also, again, the victim blaming network is saying that they're victim blaming. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. I don't know. I feel like I'm taking all the crazy pills. I feel like I have taken all the crazy pills. There's no more crazy pills left to take. Okay? It is official. It's officially bananas territory. Okay? I feel like I'm going mental. Absolutely fucking mental, love. Like, I don't even know if like the express purpose of like shooting up this fucking school was because it was like for this unhinged person. For this unhinged person, this was like a manifestation of like Christian oppression or whatever the fuck. Okay, I don't give a shit. The idea is that like there is a legitimate advocacy surrounding like killing white Christians in any group whatsoever is insane. Okay, it's just insane. It's insane. It is also antithetical to most left-wing ideology that roots itself in both emancipation and empathy. Okay? Like emancipation from the top of the hour ad break. It comes at the top of every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Okay? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Speed Razor, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people the opportunity to no longer be destroyed by the top of the hour ad break. Here's a 3-minute ad now.
Or causing us to react. Abusers say that as well. If you were nicer, if you were better to me, I wouldn't have to break your nose. If you knew what I needed, your life would be better. This is, I just have to say also, for many Americans, this may be the only experience of watching a transgender person. This is the other thing for this community. Everybody knows these are marginal extremists co-opting this issue, using these people's lives, abusing them even further by casting them as well. You know, a lot of people are marginalized. As a black woman, you are a minority immediately when you're seen. As a gay woman, I'm more of a minority, not easily seen. A lot of people grow up feeling not understood and marginalized.
Well, we don't all kill people.
Well, that is exactly the point. Americans understand that life is not perfect, but this is not what most people do, and it is not what transgender people do either.
Well, that's a good point.
Wait, they just did like 4 minutes of propaganda implying that this is all trans people, only to tie it up at the end by being like, this is not how all trans people behave. So why did you cut this fucking propaganda then? You could have been saying this from the jump. You could have literally looked at those posts and been like, yeah, this stuff is ridiculous. Okay, these are like this is either fake or made by like unhinged people in the fucking margins. I'm so confused.
Point. They are
like you basically just destroyed every piece that you cut here. Like at the end of it, I guess they're hoping that no one comes to the end of the fucking video. Is that what it is? Like no one will watch it through.
It's getting used in this whole process.
That is
and by
correct.
the way, they become even more endangered through this process because, as you said, if that's the only way people see them, there might be the thought that everybody's like that. Look,
It's
we
a
are
weird agenda to have, isn't
normalizing murder right now.
No, we're
allowing
not.
Those people
Who's doing
who
this?
support killing if others don't agree with your lifestyle.
That's right.
By allowing that to be part of the context of our lives, we're normalizing abuse and murder.
The gay community.
Oh, it's full on schizo posting season again. Go, keep moving. I'm with you. The blonde, blue-eyed warrior, Rex Engelberg, King Angel Bright, Colazo at his side, foster brother, led a Mannerbund to slay a chthonic demon, a woman who sought to steal the divine essence of manhood. 3 of the names of the people shot were like hill, mountain, and a name that means top of a cliff. The girl who did the shooting's last name is Hale, which means nook, hollow, remote valley. That's weird shit. It's like, bro, no, it's weird shit because you're mentally ill. Like you really are unhinged. Like you need help. You need like immediate medical supervision. Okay? It's crazy. Is Homeboy doing numerology right now? Yes. Famously, conservatives never blame the current political climate for violent actions of individuals. This is how Matt Walsh responded to a shooting at a Colorado Planned Parenthood that killed a police officer and 2 civilians, by the way. Yes, this is a perfectly appropriate time to point out that Planned Parenthood is a demonic cartel of bloodthirsty butchers. If any side should tone down the rhetoric because of the Planned Parenthood attack, it's the side whose rhetoric explicitly condones the murder of humans. Interesting fact, Planned Parenthood kills 100 times more people than the alleged anti-abortion extremists have killed in 40 years. Yeah. Matt Walsh is unhinged. He gets to be unhinged because he's a part of the in-group. Because the structure, as it stands, benefits far-right psychopaths. Because the system itself is already pretty fucking violent towards marginalized people, so you can demand more of that violence while also claiming that like you're sane and you can have a massive audience. When a trans person behaves in that same way, okay, if it is real and if it is genuine, and you can, if you search far enough, you will find some fucking unhinged people that will, defend the psychotic school shooter. Atmos Terror, thank you for the 20 gifted subs, by the way. Okay? You will find someone. But the difference is that person is not Matt Walsh. That person does not have the same fucking level of like political clout that Matt Walsh has. That person is not allowed in polite society. That person might, in many instances, not even be real. Very confused MB. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Charlie doesn't like when we talk about mass shooters. He said we should not politicize these events. What happened in Nashville was a hate crime, but the media will focus on gun control and the plight of the transgender people instead. Today, in the wake of the tragedy in El Paso and every day, we should be thankful for our courageous law enforcement officers and first responders. Instead of focusing on the evil shooter, we should lift up those that ran into danger to protect and care complete strangers. If you're attempting to politicize the senseless murder of 14 innocent children right now, you should probably stop. Pray for the families of the students in the community in Uvalde, Texas. The same people who are telling us not to politicize the Pittsburgh shooter because he hated Trump were shamelessly politicizing the mail bomber from Florida because he liked Trump. Pray for the families of the students. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's hypocritical. It's idiotic. It's not going to change anything. Moscow is the Green says there are 6 people that are dead in the school because you guys got rid of the assault weapons ban. That's what she said.
Person with a gun. There was no good guy with a gun to protect us kids at school. You want to know why the shooter is dead in Nashville? The trans shooter. You want to know why? because a good guy with a gun killed that woman. She identified as a man. She was mentally ill, probably taking hormones, and she went in and murdered children and adults in this Christian school in Nashville. So if you want to have a good talk about schools and protecting children, we need to talk about protecting our children the same way we protect our president, we protect our celebrities, we protect this building.
My time.
Yeah. Try to bring a fucking gun around the president, Marjorie. Go ahead. The president is a gun-free zone everywhere he goes. You know what I mean? Go ahead. Bring your gun next to the president. Wave it around a little bit. See if you can do bring a gun to work day. I'm just saying, like, that will not go in your favor, I don't think. Last time it wasn't a gun-free zone, JFK happened, okay? Rudy Sar Egza, thank you for the 10 of the subs. Or Hinckley, that's another one. Yeah, Ronald Reagan. People always talk about like, oh man, a good guy, we need to arm our teachers and we need to arm our students in school. It's like, bro, why is the NRA a gun-free zone? Why is the NRA conference a motherfucking gun-free zone? Why? Why is a Trump rally a gun-free zone? Why? If it doesn't work, why are just random people not allowed to fucking bring their gun to the NRA conference or bring their gun to the motherfucking Trump rallies? Think it through. Also, a big part of the argument that these fucking freaks make is that, like, teachers are queering your children. Do you want those people to have guns? Like, what the fuck? Teachers are queering your children, which is why we must arm them so they can queer your children at gunpoint.
Okay, I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there are 6 people that are dead in that school, including 3 children, because you guys got rid of the assault weapons ban. Because you guys made it easy for people who don't deserve to have weapons, who are mentally incapable of having weapons of war, being able...
Person with a gun.
Yeah, I mean, why'd they cut that off? When a trans person kills someone, it's political, and when it's a white person, it's pray if you aren't praying, fuck you. Yeah, I mean, look, David Pakman had a take on that. That was like very snarky and not timed well, for sure. And it came across as like too Reddit atheisty, let's be fucking real. Where he said something along the lines of like, I mean, he brought up a spicy point that should not have been said in that moment. You know what I mean? Where he was like, if prayer works, like, what's up? The Covenant School is literally a church. You know what I mean? He said something along those lines. And of course, people ate his ass in the fucking QRTs, and then he deleted the tweet, but it doesn't matter. They kept going. You know what I mean? The extreme right were praying until they got news of who the shooter was. Yeah, I mean, I know. So now people are yelling at David. And freaking out about him. Oh my God, Donald Trump Jr. posted it. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. Never let a good opportunity go to waste to yell at some fucking liberals, dude. Holy shit. He said, very surprising that there would be a mass shooting at a Christian school, given that lack of prayer is often blamed for these horrible events. Is it possible they weren't praying enough or correctly despite being a Christian school? It's spicy. That's a spicy tweet. That's a spicy facility. Timing of it is really, really fucked up. And makes David look like he doesn't care about the children, which I know he does. So, you know, he thought he could drop a spicy one on him. It was not good. It was not, the timing of it is off. And not only was the timing of it off, but also the execution was a little flawed. Because there is a way to say that. There is a way to say that without coming across like you don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Because, like, he's not saying it's good that these kids died. He's very clearly saying, clearly, thoughts and prayers don't work. That's it. If he just posted, like, the first half, even then it's, like, kind of snarky, but it's not as bad. Because the second half is, like, coming across like it's blaming the victims. And you know the right that literally is mostly responsible for these mass shootings happening are never, they're not going to fucking sit there and act like there is any, like, sit there and act like this is this is a serious issue. So, of course, they're going to simultaneously continue to advocate to make the problems worse, while also yelling at people who call out the problem, try to make it better by saying they're fucking demons. Look at them. Yeah, you should have just said something along the lines of like, it's obvious to me that we need to do more than thoughts and prayers instead of deflecting away, instead of cynically deflecting away every time a fucking mass shooting occurs by hitting the thoughts and prayers button. Here is the right also celebrating cancel culture, which we already knew. If you're a fan of mine, you're already very well aware that the right loves doing cancel culture to me all day, every day. Okay, they did it to David in that regard. Okay. And now they're doing it to Katie Hobbs' press person who had to fucking resign this morning.
Press Secretary Jocelyn Berry has resigned after she tweeted this just hours after the Nashville massacre. We covered it earlier. An armed woman alongside the caption.
Like, this is completely irrelevant to what's going on. It's another spicy take. I don't even think this is as bad as like the David tweet. Okay. Especially because, like, this has nothing to do with the fucking shooting. What are you, not supposed to say, like, fuck transphobes? Like, what's happening? I don't understand. Like, those kids weren't transphobic, man. What the fuck? Is Fox News just, like... It makes no sense. Even in the vacuum that Fox News is trying to... Even in a vacuum, like, what is Fox News trying to say? That, like, those 9-year-olds were transphobic, that's why they died? Is that what they're saying? Like, I don't get it. No, she tweeted it, for the record.
Us when we see transphobes. Berry resigned after growing pressure from those within her circle and other lawmakers who called the tweet disturbing and highly inappropriate. But of course, as we covered, not the liberal media. So that's news. More outnumbered in just a moment. Hobbs, press secretary.
Yeah, and now they're celebrating it. Fox is trying to say that on that day we can only talk about evil trans people and not transphobes. I love Kinzinger get libbed up in real time, seeing his comrades at the GOP talking about this issue. Yeah. Conservatives who try to cancel everything, football players, the SpongeBob, they invented cancel culture. Well, the difference is they are also infinitely more successful at doing cancel culture. Okay? That's it. That's the difference. Because their media apparatus runs like a well-oiled, fine-tuned machine. Okay? Like, why do you think Second Amendment conservatives have guns and post photos of guns all the fucking time and say, like, come and take it, IRS, I'll fucking kill you, okay? But when someone who's, like, ostensibly on the side of trans people posts a similar fucking type of take, it's like, whoa, 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 hold on now. Hold the fuck on now. You fucking kidding me? It's crazy. Dumb as fuck. But, you know, it's a sensitive time. It's a sensitive fucking time, you know? It's a sensitive time to be a Christian in this country. Wrong three-letter agency. We talk like that too at the ATF, not the IRS. No, brother. They talk about every three-letter agency like that. Come on. It's about fucking shadow boxing with demons in your mind. Let's be real. Conservatives say that about IRS too. We've seen 1,000 fucking TikToks during the time when like Joe Brandon was hiring 85,000 IRS agents to come and, you know, collect your fucking tax forms, you know, and with the threat of killing you. Yeah, come and take it, FDA. They did a come and take it about gas powered fucking the ovens, dude. Stoves. They did it for gas stoves. They said, come and take it, gas stoves. Not my fucking stove, you fucking bitch. Because, like, they own it. They own it. They can say that all the fucking time. They can say unhinged, violent shit. It's literally expected. It's literally allowed. Okay? Remember, all of the amendments only go one way. Anyway, we're gonna move on from this story, though, to banning TikTok.
This is democracy.
Because there is a bipartisan attack on TikTok because it's a Chinese app. And it really has nothing to do with like data privacy or anything like that. They just don't want China to do it, or they don't want a Chinese company to be so dominant in the space. So that's where we're at. We're going to take a look at my girl, Amy Goodman, the queen, the GOAT, okay, and how Democracy Now! Is covering this. And then I'm going to talk a little bit more about the insanely broad Restrict Act that could ban much more than just TikTok. Leaving it to the Secretary of Commerce to ban whoever the fuck they want.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As a growing number of governments worldwide enact new limits on social media apps, we look now at bipartisan calls at home to ban one specific app here in the United States, the Chinese-owned TikTok. Last Thursday, Congress members grilled TikTok CEO Shou Zi-Chew during a 5-hour hearing on the app's ties to the Chinese government, data practices, and its effects on children's mental health. This is Democratic Florida Congressmember Darren Soto questioning Chew.
So, Mr. Chew, would TikTok be prepared to divest from ByteDance and Chinese Communist Party ties if the Department of Treasury instructed you all to do so?
Congressman, I said in my opening statement, I think we need to address the problem of privacy. I agree with you. I don't think ownership is the issue here. With a lot of respect, American social companies don't have a good track record with data privacy and user security. I mean, look at Facebook and Cambridge Analytica. Just one example.
This comes as a bipartisan group of U.S. senators has introduced the Restrict Act, which stands for Restricting the Emergence of Security Threats That Risk Information.
It also kind of sucks that like TikTok drops some fucking loads into the pockets of a lot of progressive or progressive adjacent congresspersons who are advocating for the right things in this circumstance to stop like a wholesale ban. But you know, it kind of muddies the message a little bit.
Information Communications Technology Act, which would allow the federal government to potentially ban technology from countries the U.S. considers to be adversaries, including China.
Insane.
Meanwhile, Democratic Congressmember Jamal Bowman of New York has been a leading opponent of a TikTok ban.
So we're talking about free speech for everyday Americans.
I get why he's doing, but it's insane to hear a major CEO advocate for regulations. Oh, the fucking CEO of TikTok? Yeah, I mean, he's advocating for regulations because I don't think it would ultimately happen. I think he knows that it won't happen, and he has to say that because otherwise it's like, you know, he can't simultaneously stand against regulations and then sit there as they blame him for all of the fucking problems.
Talking about small business owners who use TikTok to grow their business. And my question is, and we're going to pivot to the other part of the conversation, why the hysteria and the panic and the targeting of TikTok? As we know, Republicans in particular have been sounding the alarm, creating a red scare around China.
Congressman Bowman has been joined by New York Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who laid out her concerns in a video she posted on TikTok after opening her first account on the app.
Usually when the United States is proposing a very major move that has something to do with significant risk to national security, one of the first things that happens is that Congress receives a classified briefing. And I can tell you that Congress has not received a classified briefing around the allegation.
Is because the government is coming for them for following the normal privacy standards. Like, for fuck's sake, didn't the government pressure U.S. social media companies to build in backdoors for them and share information they collected? They did. The real reason why this is happening is not because TikTok is doing anything out of the ordinary. The real reason why this is happening is because TikTok is doing exactly what every other social media company is doing, but better. And they are not owned by a Silicon Valley tech giant. That's it. It is American commerce protection. That's it. Nothing else. They're doing this specifically so they can, one, further restrict whatever fucking application they want on the internet, willy-nilly, because this is a good vehicle for that kind of restriction implemented by the federal government. And two, so that they can get TikTok to be sold to an American. That's it.
Of national security risks regarding TikTok. So why would we be proposing a ban regarding such a significant issue without being clued in on this at all? It just doesn't feel right to me.
For more, we're joined in New York by Julia Angwin.
I do think it's pretty funny, though. I do think it's pretty funny to see like all these libertarian guys and gals with like the Gadsden flag on their fucking iPads and shit running around going, absolutely unacceptable. We have to restrict what's going on this fucking platform. Look at them. They're showing guns. It's like, are you serious right now? Are you fucking joking? Like you're mad that they're like gun posting on fucking TikTok? What the fuck?
Investigative journalist, formerly with ProPublica, contributing opinion writer at the New York Times, where her latest guest essay is headlined, How to Fix the TikTok Problem. We last spoke to her in 2014 about her book, Dragnet Nation, a quest for privacy, security, and freedom in a world of relentless surveillance. Julia, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. I mean, it was amazing to see this absolute bipartisan, almost consensus in the particular hearing that the CEO of TikTok was being questioned at, being grilled and demanding that TikTok be sold to a U.S. company in order for it to be saved. Talk about what Bowman said, what AOC has said, and what you think are the major concerns here.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's great to be here. And I have to say, it was amazing to watch Congress finally taking privacy seriously, but only for one app, right? So I have been writing about privacy issues. I published my book almost a decade ago, and people have been trying to get Congress to pass a federal privacy law that would protect our data on all of our apps and all of the different ways that we are.
That'd be nice, except that's not going to happen. That's never going to happen, of course.
mediated by technology, and we're one of the only Western nations that has not passed such a bill. And so now we have, of course, this frenzy around TikTok and this idea that they're the ones who we really need to be protected against. And the reality is there's really nothing that TikTok is accused of that the other social media platforms haven't done as well.
And isn't there also the issue of the question of governments being able to use these apps for their own ends? I would assume that anything that China can do, the Chinese government can do with TikTok, the U.S. government can do with the American social media apps that are spread around the world.
Yes, but what you fail to recognize is that that's China, and China is bad. So I don't understand the point you're trying to make, because China is bad. Like, when America's doing spying both on our allies and also on our enemies alike, that's good. Remember the many benefits of the Patriot Act. I mean, life became so much more safe after that happened. You remember? You remember that? You were around for it. Come on now. Clearly, you are not motivated enough to say China bad. Maybe you should repeat China bad multiple times until you fully comprehend the severity of the situation.
I mean, it's a really good point that all of these social media platforms can and have been manipulated and censored by governments, right? And so most recently, the most recent example we've seen of this actually was that there's a Twitter employee who recently was just convicted of spying on Saudi dissidents on behalf of the Saudi government.
Yeah.
And so he uses access as an employee in order to spy.
Yeah, I'm sure that's changed dramatically since Elon took over, by the way, because, you know, Elon has no relations with the Chinese. Well, he has relations with the Chinese as well, but also with the Saudi government.
On Twitter users. And, you know, Google over the years has said that they have dismissed more than a dozen employees for misusing data about Google users. And so we've seen that this kind of thing can happen.
Good thing that, like, there's no major ownership stake in Twitter by the Saudi government that will allow them to basically put their tentacles into every part of the fucking website however they see fit.
Happen at all of the platforms. It's also true that you don't have to own a platform in order to misuse it, right? So in the 2016 election, we know that Facebook was basically used by Russian propagandists to spread misinformation. We know that Facebook's platform was used by the Myanmar government to spread lies and hate against the.
It's pretty funny that the right has no qualms with Elon, but claims LeBron has led China. Elon has massively more investment to lose with shit talking China. Yeah, notorious right-winger Elon Musk has rarely ever spoken out against China for some reason. Has anyone figured out why? Where are Teslas made? Are they're an American manufacturer. Certainly they have no Shanghai facilities, right? I mean, that could not be made and sold. Yeah. There's no way that they would have any kind of, Elon would ever have any kind of interest in continuing his relationship with China, especially as China basically has like monopolized the natural resource extraction that is profoundly important for the development of batteries. I mean, obviously, dude, that would never, it is odd though. He just never shits on China for some weird reason.
The Rohingyas, which then led to a genocide. We know that Facebook's platform was used by people organizing the Capitol insurrection on January 6th, and that Facebook didn't stop that. And so we know these platforms can be misused. And there's no question that China could also, of course, try to misuse the TikTok platform. But what's interesting is that TikTok has proposed a plan that would wall off U.S. data from China's access. It basically has said to the government, we would store all of our data about U.S. users at Oracle, a U.S. company, and we would actually submit to oversight by the Treasury-led Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. So essentially that committee would be able to inspect their algorithm to see if they're promoting disinformation from China or any other state, and also would be able to inspect to make sure that the data about U.S. people is not being transmitted back to China. That's a level of control and state control over an app that we haven't seen before, and also is way more oversight.
I mean, literally, like, if that was the fucking case, then them switching over their data to Oracle, an American corporation, would immediately end the conversation. But of course, that's not the real reason why they're doing it. The real reason is they don't want competition, baby. That's it. That's it.
Than any of the other social media platforms have been exposed to.
And I'm wondering the broader implications of Congress trying to ban TikTok, especially in view of the fact that the United States for the last 40, 50 years has been the main proponent of globalization, of breaking down barriers between countries and letting companies.
Come on. It's only globalization as it benefits us. Obviously, duh. No, not like that. We didn't realize that this was going to happen. Please stop. We made a mistake.
Extend their reach and their trade. I'm wondering, for instance, the similar battle that happened over Huawei and 5G and the spread of 5G around the world with the United States, instead of welcoming greater intercourse between countries, was actually seeking to shut down the ability of a Chinese company to market 5G technology around the world. What's this going to do to the potential for individual countries now to begin to close their borders to trade and commerce in the digital age?
I mean, this is a really good point, right? So if we put the proposals on the table are to put TikTok under state control, to ban it, or to force a sale. All three of those things are things that I think the U.S. government would really be mad about if some other country tried to do to one of our companies, right? Right now, already, if you think about the social media platforms and how they behave around the world.
Okay, this is pretty funny because, like, technically, this is the only part of the conversation that doesn't make sense because, like, yeah, China already does that. Like, let's be real. So that is actually the one part of this convo where, like, the American government could be like, dog, you don't let us do Twitter in China. Like, you know what I mean? So we're not gonna let you do TikTok in America. You know what I mean? That part is true, to be fair. That is a valid argument to make.
Although we often like to be mad at them for various reasons, and we have lots.
Wait, old friend Dan Kopp buying Google and Facebook stocks?
You're going to want to see this. This website is called Capital Trades. You can go down and click politicians, and you can enter the name of any of the politicians that you saw asking questions today and see what they invest in. Like Dan Crenshaw. Representative Crenshaw was one of the more belligerent members today of the committee. But I think it's understandable when you see what he invests in: Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, all companies that stand to benefit from this TikTok ban. I brought this up earlier in the week, but a lot of people didn't see it. But the thing that you have to realize is this TikTok ban really isn't a ban on TikTok. Here's a bill, links in my bio, but it actually seeks to give the government the ability to criminalize or ban pretty much anything.
Damn, that's crazy, dude. I can't believe they did that. This should be illegal. I don't give a fuck about TikTok. That should be illegal, okay? God, I fucking hate these people so much. God, I hate politicians so fucking much. They are such absolute monstrous scumbags, dude. Oh, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Anything. Or at least anything.
Technically, it's not even insider trading. Let's be real. It's you could say it's more stock manipulation than insider trading. Like, because they know who stands to benefit, and their actions. It's more stock manipulation than insider trading because, like, they know that if they fucking hammer It's like betting on your own game as a basketball player, right? Because, like, you have the capacity to win or lose, right? So if you fucking bet and then throw the game, you literally did that. He knows because he's going to be in that hearing, he could just fucking hammer almost single-handedly. So much so that, like, his advocacy for this matter will greatly boost the competitors' stock prices. It should be illegal, but it's not.
Thing connected to the internet or is any kind of technology. Mark Warner, the senator who introduced this bill, is a tech sector venture capitalist investor. Looking through his disclosures, he invests in pretty much every sector that this bill would touch. He's not on TikTok, but he is other places where you can find him and let you know how you feel about his internet censorship bill. While you're on those other apps, maybe check out these people. These are just the House reps on this committee who have investment conflicts. There's a lot of them. Politicians really like their insider trading. I mean, it's hard to blame them. Harshberger here disclosed 4 different buys of Meta stock earlier this year. Wouldn't you know, in that time, the stock price went up from $141, the price that she bought it up, and now it's $204. Harshberger here saw a 44% return on that investment in less than 3 months. Again, it's easy to see why they really like insider trading. If you want another fun game, search the names of all the politicians who talked about protecting children today and their history on voting on gun reform. I just don't know that many schools that have had to lock down because of TikToks.
Stop honk shoeing and memeing at the moment that I fucking... Why did they show the clip on Fox of you saying how he lost his eye? It was more funny. It was... Wait, what? No, they didn't. Did they do that?
If you
No.
care about the TikTok ban, you're going to want to buys of Meta stock earlier this year. Wouldn't you know in belligerent members committee? But I think it's understandable when you see what he invested.
They do that? They didn't. That's bait. We're moving on. All right, let's
Lots
continue.
of reasons to be mad often. The reality is that they're being asked in most countries to act as government censors, right? So like in India, there have been huge pressure on the tech platforms to do censorship on behalf of the government. And some of that censorship, the companies have argued, is illegal, right? And so they are actually out there fighting for their users to have free expression. And that's true in a lot of countries. These companies actually spend a lot of time fighting with the governments to try to make sure their platforms can be a place where everyone has a voice. And so for the U.S. to suddenly say, okay, we want to support freedom of expression around the world, right? We do that not only through our private companies, but through our foreign diplomacy and our USAID, et cetera. We now actually don't want it at home, right? We're going to actually basically censor TikTok here. It makes it really hard for us to justify supporting freedom of expression around the world.
So let me ask you about other parts of the Restrict Act, which is co-sponsored. I mean, all of this is bipartisan in a time when the Congress couldn't be more partisan. But I'm going after China on this. You've got Senator Thune and you've got Senator
I mean, that's
Warner
always how it
and,
is.
Of course,
you know how it
others that
is.
are co-sponsoring. So we know that
You've been mentioned on white people Twitter. That's always how it is. Oh, what the fuck? Why am I in the... First of all, did you just post this an hour ago? Holy shit. It looks like Disney just checkmated Ron DeSantis. The board of DeSantis appointed to oversee the Disney is now complaining that the company used a loophole to strip them of their power until 2053. And then I'm in the fucking corner? That's crazy. That's such a funny ass screenshot. A funny way to be mentioned in white people Twitter.
that they want TikTok to be sold to a U.S. company. But can you talk about other aspects of Restrict Act. Is it true you could face $1 million fine if you access TikTok? And also, what does this say about restricting VPNs? And explain what they are.
So this is the Restrict bill.
Yeah, so the Restrict Act is basically this bipartisan bill that has come about because the White House apparently believes that they don't actually have the legal authority to ban TikTok. So they were floating this ban and then realized that they needed the legal authority. So this bill, as far as I understand it, is actually meant to give them that legal authority that they don't feel like they have right now. And so it empowers the Commerce Department to do some evaluations of different apps and to see what their risks are, and then to take different measures to counteract them, including a ban. And so I think that the fact that it's bipartisan supported is...
Bro, I know one motherfucker that will pay the $1 million fine to see Booba. That motherfucker's name is XQC, okay? He'd be like, really? $1 million? How about I'll give you 10 so that I can look at 10 Booba? There's no amount of money. Dude, there's no amount of money, dude!
A sign of how united Congress is right now. I mean, I've never seen the Dems and Republicans on the same side so aggressively as on this particular issue. And it really is interesting because they're not united on privacy as a larger issue, right? Like the privacy bills have not moved, but this issue, which is more, I think, a China issue than a privacy issue, right? The reality is the reason they're united is because everyone sees political capital in uniting to fight against the China threat, right? Now, you asked me about VPNs. VPNs are virtual private networks. So basically, it's something you would put on your phone in order to route around your internet provider. It's often used in places like China where the government is censoring internet traffic, and it's a way to try to circumvent that censorship. And so it's interesting that you would think of restricting that when in fact that's something we tend to export to other nations in order to promote freedom of expression.
And could you talk?
Yeah. Or to sometimes avoid the top of the hour ad break, which I am not saying, but many people have said in the past, because I'm not allowed to say that. That's what people have told me is what VPNs are used for. But like, obviously, the method that I would tell you to avoid the top of the hour ad break, which is upon us right now, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, is of course subscribing. For $5 or for free, you can subscribe. Twitch Prime is free. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Or by getting gifted a sub, you can avoid the top of the hour ad break, which is now upon us. That's right. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, Graham Waters, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
Talk a little about the difference in approach to dealing with social media and technology by the European Union versus what the kinds of legislation that Congress is considering?
Yeah, I mean, that's such a great question. The EU has been just years and years ahead of the United States in terms of taking the threats from these platforms seriously and addressing them thoughtfully. So, for instance, they passed a comprehensive privacy law back in 2018 that had laid out, basic standards for how data should be treated, what kind of rights users have over their data. And then this year, actually, new laws are coming into place to regulate the algorithms. So it's the first time that algorithms are going to be regulated. These social media companies that are above a certain size will have to report to the EU on they have to measure the risks that their algorithms are creating to things like teen mental health, the risks to democracy. These are really big and important questions that the companies have to answer. Then they have to show how they're going to mitigate those risks.
I don't like that part.
And that is something that is a really creative way to try to approach this issue without censorship. So the idea is the EU is not saying, like, we've decided that this is a bad thing for democracy. They're saying you need to measure that risk. It's on you to show how you're promoting democracy and how you're not allowing for authoritarianism. And so I think it's an interesting experiment, and the U.S. hasn't done any of that, right? Like, we are nowhere near regulating algorithms. We haven't set a basic privacy law. And, you know, the templates are out there. I will say this, though. California has passed a...
I'm so cooked, boys. I'm so fucking cooked, boys. I mean, as the number one anti-Nazi, anti-fascist advocate online, I get hit with Nets DG restrictions more than anyone else. Okay? I will assume that this will surely be weaponized against me as well. That democracy, the threat to democracy fucking part is so libbed up. I know they will use that to weaponize it against anyone and everyone.
A really strong privacy law that basically emulates the EU law. And so in California, there is actually a strong privacy law that goes into effect this year. And so we are finally catching up on the California level. But of course, Congress has been threatening to preempt that law with something weaker. So we may not actually get to keep that.
We only have about 30 seconds, Julia, but especially for young people.
It wouldn't be a fucking Democracy Now! Video without Amy Goodman being like, we have 30 seconds to fill, please. Every fucking Democracy Now! Every Democracy Now! Broadcast always ends with like playing out the person that you brought on board because you want to maximize your time.
People. It is critical, especially for young people on mental health issues, the increase in suicide. What exactly can be done? And as with other issues that you're raising, can the companies really regulate themselves?
Right. I don't think the companies can regulate themselves. We've had decades of them pretending to regulate themselves, and I think we have pretty clear evidence that that's not working. So I do think we need to collectively as a society determine what our important goals are and force them to do it. And I think teen mental health is one where, A, there's not enough research on exactly what is causing the teen mental health problems and how much social media plays in. And two, we haven't put any laws in place to sort of enforce the companies to take that issue seriously.
Julia Angwin, investigative journalist, will link to your new article, How to Fix the TikTok Problem, author of Dragnet Nation.
The TikTok restrict ban being proposed in the U.S. right now. Is there a better video on the restrict ban before we get to it? Oh, this was MHUD's banger. What is it? Before we get to the TikTok sells mental illness as a product, period. Brother, it's not just TikTok. All social media sells mental illness as a product, period. I can't. Another person that blocked me on Twitter?
AKA.
By the way, the Restrict Act, aka the TikTok ban, also means access to your home network and devices.
Senate Bill 686, aka the TikTok ban. And this is a lot worse than I had actually thought it was going to be. You can grab the text yourself from congress.gov, but basically, they can't allow themselves to have access to your home network. That's because this bill also covers wireless local area networks, mobile networks, satellite payloads, satellite operations and control, cable access points, wireline access points, core networking systems, long, short, and backhaul networks, or edge computer platforms.
But whoop-de-doo, Basil, what does that mean without the gig speak? Everything. Everything. Everything coming into your house beyond the demarcation point. Everything in my house. they have access to with this law. They will also have access to any service with greater than 1 million persons, including internet hosting services, cloud-based or distributed computing and data storage, machine learning, predictive analytics and data science products and services, managed services, and content delivery service. Oh wait! Desktop applications, mobile applications, gaming applications, payment applications, web-based applications, all of these, it's covered. Your Xbox Live, your PlayStation Network, your Nintendo Switch, everything, your Steam Market, my Twitch, all of it. But by all means, you keep telling me that a VPN or Tor or I2P is going to matter when we're talking about 20 years, hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines, and you can't access all the rest of the infrastructure because they got it covered A to Z. Contact your politicians. This is a blatant violation of our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in addition to the constitutional rights.
Strict acts like the Patriot Act on steroids. I mean, the point is they used to always have access to this information. It's not the privacy that's different. It's that they are now creating a process in which they can just ban it. That's the difference. Does that make sense? The bill to ban TikTok is absolutely terrifying. It gives the government the ability to go after anyone they deem as a national security risk, at which point they can access everything from their computer to video games to their ring light. This is Patriot Act for the internet. Believe it or not, it gets even worse. If they find you in violation, they can put you in jail for 20 years, fine you $1 million, or seize your property. They can also deem any foreign government as an adversary without informing Congress, and everything they do is not subjected to FOIA. If this was about banning TikTok, they would pass a bill that simply bans TikTok. But the Uniparty is trying to create a same system of domestic spying they did after 9/11, but for the internet on steroids. So understand that this comes with additional complications. Okay, the complications are that the government already has access to all of your fucking detailed information. They can, but it's not that. That's not the problem. I mean, it is a problem, but that's not one they're going to solve anyway. This is just new restrictions on top of that.
The internet is about to fundamentally change forever, and it's terrifying. This is Bill S686, also known as the Restrict Bill. You'll probably know it as the TikTok ban bill, but it does so much more than just that. It actually does more than any bill I think we've ever seen. I encourage everyone to read it by going here and clicking the text tab, but here are the main takeaways. Foreign adversaries can change by definition, but a few are already listed. They are the People's Republic of China, including Hong Kong, Special Administration Region, the Republic of Cuba, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and of course, the Russian Federation and Venezuela under the regime of Nicolas Maduro Moros. I hope I pronounced that correctly, but these definitions can change at any time. The bill covers hardware technology like modems, routers, and home cameras, and virtual tech like VPNs, and basically bans them if they are manufactured by or used to contact and deal with foreign adversaries. Speaking of VPNs, using VPNs to bypass banned apps such as TikTok is made a criminal act under this bill, and the penalty, it's a minimum imprisonment of 20 years and a minimum fine of $250,000 or $1 million, depending if you knowingly did so to access banned content. The bill gives the federal government the power to monitor any activity used by these suspected devices, virtual or otherwise. Essentially, they can monitor what you are doing at home 24/7 without even informing you. This includes things such as routers, video games, streaming apps, smart thermostats, Ring cameras, basic...
Wait. Good luck identifying the user of the VPN defiant. My friend. Oh, brother. Oh, I got something really scary to tell you. You think VPNs don't collaborate with the federal government when they subpoena them for information? You think VPNs actually protect your identity on the internet? You just had a Chris D'Elia moment on the other side of that screen. Yeah. Depends on which company it is, and if they retain history, yes. PIA versus Mulvad. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that literally all fucking matter of VPN, if not the VPN, at least your ISP. Like anytime you fucking literally log on to the internet on US soil, the federal government absolutely has access to every single thing that they're talking about within this bill. And they can also get it from your VPN as well if they want to. Depends on the VPN provider. The big ones certainly collaborate. I recommend Mulvad VPN personally. Yeah, I doubt. I doubt that there's like actually any VPN that will protect you from the federal government if they genuinely want to. There are some VPNs that do not collaborate with governments, and they have canaries to publicly advertise if they have received warrants. They stop updating the web pages once they receive a warrant. ISP is obscure from the VPN connection. That's the point. Not debating if certain company complies. NordVPN. Actually, we do comply with law enforcement data requests. Like 99% of the time, a corporation will comply with this law, even if it's an exception. Like it's not. Yeah. I don't think you can. The no-log VPNs can definitely protect you if you're not a high-level target of the feds, in parentheses, accessing TikTok. Yeah. Especially the big VPNs certainly do collaborate with the federal government. I mean, it'll be like an additional layer of privacy. It's good against hackers. But as far as like, if you're doing some shit illegal, if you're doing some shit that's like declared illegal by the federal government, like looking at booba on TikTok, XQC, then yeah, they will have the authority to take you down. As a matter of fact, they can even take you down if you're using the VPN in general. I think a lot of what we get away with on the internet, is simply a matter of like no one really fully prosecuting it. Kind of like the same energy behind like DMCA, right? Some IP holders are not litigious and don't really care. Others do. So you stay away from the ones that do, and you look at the ones that don't. Doing this shit for booba, but not the Silk Road.
Basically anything that uses.
Well, why would the federal government clamp down on their main marketplace that they regulate? You know what I mean? It's very obvious that they have no control over booba on TikTok, but they have a lot of control, as far as I understand, over Silk Road.
The internet. Now, the real terrifying part of all of this, as if that all wasn't terrifying enough, is that the bill goes on to state that this will happen by the president appointing a Secretary of Communication.
Commerce. No, it's the Secretary of Commerce.
Then forms a group on their own without any voter input whatsoever This group can have meetings behind closed doors. They don't have to disclose anything. They can ban and deem anything inappropriate or a risk to security at any moment in time. And if they do, they can go through your instant messages, your emails, text, basically anything that uses the internet, and they can censor it. So in summary, this bill can effectively ban anything the government deems inappropriate extremely quickly without warning. The ramifications of this range from breaking up mass communication methods to even watching the cameras in your home, aka spying on you. It really is that bad, and I am not speaking in hyperbole. Please
I think one of the funniest parts about it also is the, like, TikTok isn't the only Chinese-controlled company that Americans use en masse. Valorant, Genshin, Reddit, fuck it, Twitter, League of Legends, Discord. You know? And Riot Vanguard has kernel level access to millions of American computers. This will eviscerate the dropshipping industry. Alibaba. There's so much Chinese money and so much Chinese control in our lives as far as like corporations.
Contact your reps. I have a video on my TikTok ban playlist on how to find your representatives and tell them if they vote for this, you will support their opponents in their next primary.
Speaking of score, let's get to Senator Bernie Sanders absolutely eviscerating former Starbucks CEO on response to union push. If you know anything about what's going on with Starbucks unionization efforts, you know that I've talked about this a lot, where the corporation, Starbucks, pretty much very openly, like maybe even worse than Amazon, engaged in union busting tactics and practices. And I think that there was a deliberate effort to do this beyond just being anti-union. My speculation is that the reason why they very openly did this wasn't because they were terrified of unionization. Of course they are, but the real reason was because they want to maybe escalate these cases all the way up to the Supreme Court, a 6-3 conservative supermajority Supreme Court, which is not too fond of unions in general, and that they could eviscerate what remains of the minor labor union protections that we do have in this country, the minor union protections that we have in this country, the remaining parts.
Time is limited, as is the time of all of our members here. So I'm going to be asking you to respond to each question as briefly as you can, hopefully with a yes or a no. Do you understand that in America, workers have a fundamental right to join a union and collectively bargain to improve wages, benefits, and working conditions? Do you understand that?
I understand, and we respect the right of every partner who wears a green apron, whether they choose to join a union or not.
Cap.
Are you aware that NLRB judges have ruled that Starbucks violated federal labor law over 100 times during the past 18 months, far more than any other corporation in America?
Sir, Starbucks Coffee Company unequivocally, and let me set the tone for this very early on, has not broken the law.
Okay. Are you aware that on March 1st, 2023,
they laughed at him,
an administrative law judge found Starbucks guilty of, quote, egregious and widespread misconduct, end quote, widespread coercive behavior, and showed, quote, a general disregard for the employees' fundamental rights, end quote, in a union organizing campaign that started in Buffalo, New York in 2021. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that those are allegations, and Congress has created a process that we are following, and we're confident that those...
One of the most ironic things that I will admit here, and I hope no fucking, billionaire CEOs are listening, is that I have a suspicion, a sneaking suspicion, that workplaces that basically have better workplace conditions, not better workplace conditions, but like better benefits packages without the interference of unions, oftentimes have a higher rate of susceptibility to unionization. This is my own personal speculation, because the reality is that Starbucks in and of itself is unironically, in a hyper-capitalist dystopia, one of the better corporations with respect to labor conditions and specifically benefits. It's true. For those of you who don't know, the reality is, although this bar is very low, the reality is that Starbucks is unironically one of the better places to work for, even without a union. Now, I think they do that to counter unionization efforts, obviously. They don't want to concede on any aspect of it. Those conditions have definitely gotten worse overall through Uber and other applications and whatnot. But with respect to, or relative to the rest of the service industry, Starbucks workers, especially their benefits packages, are pretty fucking fat. Now, I do believe that is the reason why it creates a viable opportunity for unionization to happen. Especially when you are, all right, when you have higher retention, you're going to have a higher unionization rate. When you're not engaging in really, really awful, nefarious workplace standards like built into your profit structure, like Amazon does with churn and constantly fucking firing people after like a couple of years of working in your facilities on purpose. I think that built in. Wait, why are people saying built in? Corsan meme is an XQC meme. Okay. I sometimes forget how fucking Twitch brained this chat is on Twitch. I always think that I'm on like an island, and then I'm reminded that that is not the case. You know what I mean? Like, anyway. Shit work conditions cause high turnover, which means a new set of unknowing workers, whereas a higher retention means the seasoned workers can gather their thoughts on the matter. Exactly. Especially if they're working side by side with people that have also been there for an extended period of time. Such is the nature of places that have better workplace standards and their susceptibility towards unionization. Didn't Starbucks only offer benefits after locations began unionizing? No. That part is not true. I am not, of course, in any way, shape, or form writing for Starbucks. I am not defending Starbucks. No. Starbucks notoriously, in comparison to other service sector jobs, have always provided a shitload of benefits. Benefits that extend to paying for your college education, or even in certain instances, I think like your HRT, right? Gender confirmation. Like literally, Starbucks is pretty fucking lived up on that front. Yeah, it's the only place that pays for trans facial feminization surgery. Now, I'm sure at a certain point, the reason why they decided to do that was probably because they wanted to avoid unionization. You know, but then why are they union busting so hard? Well, they're union busting because they don't want the control to be taken away from the capital owners. That's the whole point. Unions, in some respects, don't always have to immediately yield better benefits packages. It's just that the level of control is taken away from the hands of capital owners who are working at the behest of shareholders. And a fraction of that control is given to the base of workers. That is terrifying. That is terrifying to the capitalists. Do you understand? Terrifying prospect in general. It's more so about control. It's more so about how much power and how much influence is giving back, how much of the decision-making process could be given back to the workers themselves. Okay? That's why companies are always anti-union, no matter what. Especially as your boy Lennon correctly points out, those good benefits can also be taken away at any time without a contract. Exactly. No contract means no assurances. Okay? It's the difference between taking song suggestions and handing over the aux. Yes. So yeah. Sounds like you're saying vote blue no matter who. Yeah, I mean, if you're a fucking idiot, especially because this has nothing to do with like the Democratic Party or anything. But yeah, if you're like an absolute fucking dumbass, then you're just like in here to hear whatever you want to fucking hear. I mean, fuck the Democratic Party. Unions are completely removed from the conversation when I'm having a conversation about the Democratic Party. I often will say that it doesn't matter if you're a right winger or a left winger or whatever the fuck you are. Unions are about what is right. Okay, it's about taking the first step towards correcting the record. It's about taking the first step towards fairness. Anyway.
Those allegations will be proven false.
All right. Mr. Schultz, before answering the following questions, let me remind you that federal law at 18 U.S. Code Section 1001 prohibits knowingly and willfully making any fraudulent statement.
I understand that.
Were you ever informed of or involved in a decision to fire a worker who was part of a union organizing drive?
I was not.
Were you ever informed of or involved in a decision to discipline a worker in any way who was part of a union organizing drive?
I was not.
Have you ever threatened, coerced, or intimidated a worker for supporting a union?
I've had conversations that...
Okay. Well, the last one that you're going to answer is on public record. And also, if you answer that yes, that means the first two no's were a lie.
Could have been interpreted in a different way than I intended. That's up to the person who received the information that I spoke to him about.
Were you informed of or involved in the decision to withhold benefits from Starbucks workers in unionized stores, including higher pay and faster sick time accrual?
My understanding, when we created the benefits in May, 1 month after I returned as CEO, my understanding was under the law, we did not have the unilateral right to provide those benefits to employees who were interested in joining a union.
Am I hearing you say that you were involved in the decision to withhold benefits from Starbucks workers in unionized stores? Is that what I'm hearing?
It was my understanding that we could not provide those benefits under the law.
Mr. Silch, have you ever asked a Starbucks worker, quote, if you hate Starbucks so much, why don't you go work somewhere else?
I'm glad you asked that question because I've read in the press that quote, and that's not exactly what I said.
Oh.
Can I tell the story? Do you mind?
I have some other questions. I'm sorry. There are a lot of people.
I think it's important to hear the facts.
All right, you'll have your chance. Will you commit to testifying in any trial where you personally are accused of breaking federal labor law, something that you have been accused of doing nearly 100 times since 2021?
Mr. Chairman, let me say under oath, these are allegations and Starbucks has not broken the law.
Okay. Mr. Schultz, were you informed of or involved in the decision to close all Buffalo area stores in November 2021, just days before area union elections in order for Starbucks employees to listen to you give a speech on why they should vote against forming a union, a meeting the NLRB has determined was a violation of the law?
I think this is another area.
Yeah, this was Hillary Clinton's potential labor secretary bid. Just remember that. But part of the reason why was because, like, of what I just... This is why I mentioned, like, because according to liberals, he was, like, seen as the guy who was the absolute best at, like, workplace protections and workplace... well, not even workplace protection, but, like, mostly just... offering fat benefits packages in comparison to like the rest of the service sector, which is why Hillary Clinton probably thought that it was awesome. But if you were like not a fucking neoliberal demon, you would have recognized that like any CEO is going to be the absolute worst person that you could put in a position where they're supposed to be defending labor. But of course she did that because she wanted a fucking CEO to do that. That's it.
That I hope I get a chance to speak about. For the last 12 months, my involvement, my engagement, and my return to Starbucks has been primarily, I would say 95%, focused on the operations of our business, the customer, domestically and around the world. My involvement and engagement in union activities, despite this event today, has been de minimis. I was not involved in any issue of closing stores.
Are you aware, Mr. Schultz, that an administration...
For the record, you can't fire someone for unionizing. Like, that's illegal. You can't threaten someone when they want to unionize. That's illegal. Howard Schultz and Starbucks, under the guidance of Howard Schultz, did all of those things more than 100 times over. You can't also offer benefits to other people that are non-unionized and then show that as a way to stop unionization efforts. These are all tampering with unionization efforts. Now, here's the thing. This is why I think what Starbucks did, and I've been saying this for fucking years now, since this began, the unionization efforts began. The reason why I think Starbucks very openly did these illegal things was because I'm under the suspicion that they want this to go to the Supreme Court. So they can basically eviscerate what remains of the tiny amount of power that the NLRB has, what remains of the tiny amount of power that labor has, like tiny amount of regulatory control or regulatory help that labor unions get when they're unionizing. Especially because a lot of these motherfuckers do it. They do it. There's no... Like, technically it's illegal, but they'll do it regardless.
Administrative law judge ordered you to record and distribute a video of yourself reading a notice to Starbucks employees about their rights under the National Labor Relations Act, how Starbucks violated those rights, and to assure that Starbucks will not infringe upon those rights in the future, and that this notice must be posted in all Starbucks stores and shared digitally to all of Starbucks employees. Are you prepared to read that notice?
No, I am not, because Starbucks Coffee Company did not break the law.
Under your leadership, Starbucks has repeatedly refused to bargain with any of the 7,000 workers in nearly 300 stores where workers have voted to represent themselves through a union. The first group of workers to win their election have been waiting more than 460 days to reach a first contract. Mr. Schultz, will you commit right now that within 14 days of this hearing, Starbucks will exchange proposals with the union, something it has refused to do for more than 450 days, so that meaningful progress can be made to bargain a first contract in good faith? Will you make that commitment?
Because the arrangement that was made by the union and the NLRB in Buffalo to negotiate one single store at a time, we have met over 85 times for a single store. We've tried to arrange over 350 separate meetings. We've said publicly, and I say it here again, that we believe that face-to-face negotiations is the way to proceed. And the reason I want to make that point is that there have been safety issues in which Starbucks managers have been outed on social media. There are privacy issues. We don't want to do it on Zoom. We are prepared to meet face-to-face on a single store issue.
Will you make a promise to this?
What they're talking about is when Starbucks national headquarters sends in a union buster, because like unions will oftentimes salt places, right? Unions will send a guy with the express purpose of unionizing that workplace. Like you get a job and it's called salting. You get a job and you start talking to people about unionization. It's like a very commonplace practice. The counter to that by corporations is done when they don't really need to do it because like they already have like, barely legal captive audience meetings where they make you sit through presentations about how if you unionize, like this place might close if it's not profitable, things like that. And the reason why I say it's like barely legal is because like the things that they're saying, the things that the hired third-party labor lawyers are saying to the captured audience of workers is basically just, if you unionize, we're going to fire you. Okay. But in a nice way, without like actually saying it, just veiled threats. So that's the reason why you don't really need to send an undercover manager, but they do. And of course, the Starbucks unions, Starbucks unionizers and people that wanted to unionize in Starbucks that weren't unionized yet, noticed that there were just some like random managers coming in and working and blasted them on the timeline. And that's what he's talking about. He's saying like, there were safety issues for our managers.
This committee that you will exchange proposals with the union so that we can begin to make meaningful progress.
On a single store basis, we will continue to negotiate in good faith. That's what we'll do.
2 minutes over.
Hundreds of
Schultz literally just said in his testimony that he can't offer raises and benefits to unionizing employees, which is illegal per NLRB. Dude can't stop criming. Yeah. Any and every instance where the company can offer better benefits to people, you can still do that. The clip of what Ed Markey said that made him cry.
And thank you for this important hearing. And Mr. Schultz, it's good of you to show up.
Ed fucking Markey.
You faced little choice. It's disappointing to me that it took such a long time and required the threat of a subpoena for you to appear before this committee. And it's frankly disrespectful to your hundreds of thousands of employees, but we do appreciate you finally appearing here.
For the record, I don't think, for people who think like, oh, he's doing this because like maybe he's going to get fined, a couple $1 million 10 years down the line when like the unionization efforts have been trampled and long gone. I disagree. I think this is worse than that. Like I said, I feel like this level of brazen union busting, which is like openly illegal, is done so that they can fucking take it up to the Supreme Court. Okay?
All across America, workers are saying that they've had enough. Rising inequality and outlandish CEO pay for those at the top, like you, and a paycheck-to-paycheck subsistence for everyone else. The unionizing Starbucks workers are on the front lines as a groundswell of working and middle-class people were banding together to assert their right to organize, form a union, and collectively bargain for their dignity. My father used to tell me that you can't beg for your rights, you have to tell them. He lost his finger in an industrial accident as a young man. There was no OSHA. He just said, the boss said, see you next week, John, back on the job. That was before unions. That was before rights were put on the books. And ultimately, that's...
Not your oomphy roasting the Starbucks CEO. My Twitter oomphy is roasting the Starbucks CEO, which makes me feel like I'm roasting him. You know what I mean?
Starbucks workers are doing. Workers in Buffalo are the spark that's lit the fire of organizing its locations across the country, including 15 Starbucks locations in Massachusetts. The American people are watching. Public support for unions hit a record high late last year, with 71% of Americans approving of labor unions. So as you sit here denigrating your workers, you're not just morally and legally wrong, you're in the minority. You're out of touch. Union busting is disgusting. I got the chance this week to meet with Caitlin, who is a Starbucks employee from Gardner, Massachusetts. Like you, Caitlin cares deeply about Starbucks. She originally started working for the company in 2006 and came back to rejoin Starbucks in 2021. When she came back, she saw Starbucks similar to how you describe it in your testimony, a company that had lost its way. She saw a company that now only cared about money at the expense of the health and well-being of its workers. So to help save the Starbucks she once knew and loved, Caitlin and her co-workers formed a union. They wanted to revive a wayward company, make your company better. But you vilify Caitlin and her colleagues for caring. You demonize them for participating in their fundamental right to organize. And worse, you and your company set out to punish Caitlin and her colleagues, withholding benefits and raises, cutting hours, and purposefully understaffing to harm their most dedicated partners. So when you give us 10 pages of testimony extolling the benefits that Starbucks offers its employees, that's not what I see. I see Caitlin. I see you squeezing the people who have made you rich with blatant disregard for the law, perhaps because you think if you can hire the lawyers and pay the union-busting consulting firms, you can get away with violating other people's.
Yeah, it's also, it should be important. A couple things should be important. If unions were not successful in cutting profits at the behest of the workers, then these guys wouldn't spend billions of dollars on fucking lawyers specifically that engage in union busting. If unions were not successful in cutting or returning some of the profits that you generate as a worker in your workplace with benefits and better compensation and better scheduling opportunities, the threat of unionization alone would not immediately yield positive outcomes for the non-unionized workplace. This is why the NLRB brings forward studies every fucking year. Unions historically have led to 10% increase in wages, and even in non-unionized workplaces, there is a noticeable increase in wages due to other union shops that improve their workplace conditions. Now, of course, when a company chooses to offer benefits without the threat or without the actual union forming, they can take those benefits back at any given moment because there's no contract. They're not legally liable. There's no organizational capacity to basically demand that the company fulfill those promises that they made. Okay? It's almost like market competition is a good thing. I love that. Dude, listen. All I'm going to state for you, my friend, is that there is no such thing as like real market competition in the United States of America. If that was the case, companies like Amazon would cease to exist. Amazon currently owns a monopoly on e-commerce. Don't give me that actually. They only own like less than 50, or they only own like a little bit over 50%. Secondly, I think they mean that unions create competition. No, it's bullshit. There should be federal regulations surrounding this. This idea that like it's free market competition is stupid. There is no free market. There's no such thing. Well, I guess there is one. Cryptocurrency is kind of a decentralized, deregulated space, and we see how great that is, right?
Rights with disregarding their dignity and with silencing working people in America. But here's the thing. If you can pay the lawyers and the consultants and the PR specialists, you can also pay the workers a fair wage. So you say that your father was unfairly fired after he was injured on the job. Your father had no rights, and your family paid the price. That is how your workers now feel. They have no rights. They don't want to be like your father, who had no rights. They don't want their families to have to pay the price for their children the way your father had to pay a price for his children. They want rights. Your father couldn't protect himself. That's all your workers are looking for, so they can protect themselves and their families so that what happened to your family does not happen to their family. I don't think you understand that, Mr. Schultz. They're just looking to be someone who can protect themselves in a way your father could not. So, Mr. Schultz, I would just hope that you would understand that. But I'm afraid you don't. I'm afraid that...
What does he keep saying?
If you step down as CEO, that you don't understand that these people are afraid that your company will lose its way again, and that they need rights that don't just come from you, but come from the company. That's what they're looking for. It lost its way, you say you're back, but it could lose its way again. Workers should not be dependent upon you, Mr. Schultz, in your sense of right and wrong. They should be able to have laws, protections, unions that stand up for them every single day of the year. And that is something I think, Mr. Schultz, that you just fundamentally don't understand. These workers are just like your father, and they have no rights.
Goddamn. I mean, I don't think he cares. I'll be honest. I mean, it's a good speech, but... Oh, this is Howie crying that they were calling him a billionaire?
A billionaire. Let's just get at that, okay? I grew up in federally subsidized housing. Let me finish. I grew up in federally subsidized housing. My parents never owned a home. I came from nothing.
Yeah, part of that is because, like, I'm sure your father, as Howard Schultz also pointed out, was working in a workplace where there were no adequate safety measures, and he couldn't bring home a larger percentage of the profits that he was generating for another boss. Okay. So that's why you had to take advantage of like federal government help and federal government assistance. Okay. And there's a very simple solution to that. It's don't repeat the mistakes of your father's fucking company, like, or the company that your father worked for. But no, it's very clear that you haven't understood. Imagine going through all that and still coming out a shit stain. It was all for nothing. Not really. I get it. I totally understand it, dude. Talk to any fucking rich person. Like, they have class consciousness. Poor people do not. They have class consciousness, okay? That's it. The moment that they're like fucking billionaires, that means that they've already eroded all matter of labor protections as best as they possibly could to get to a point that they've gotten to. Your father.
I thought my entire life was based on the achievement of the American dream. Yes, I have billions of dollars.
Yeah, it's funny to fucking say that while simultaneously robbing others of achieving said dream. Like, as a CEO in the workplace, you have the power to allow others to also achieve this dream. And even like not to say that like they're gonna fucking become billionaires or whatever, but at the very least, like, you could literally let them have a meaningful existence or a level of autonomy in their fucking workplace that doesn't constantly fuck them over and allows them to demand that they hire more workers so that the workload and the burden is eased, right? But of course, he doesn't want that to happen. Typical shit, you know? Oh, for the record, I do want to actually see what the defenders were saying. Because I'm sure the right wing absolutely suckled on the boots of the billionaire. You know what I mean? Because they have to. They have to go to the woke, they, them, non-binary Starbucks and defend Starbucks because it's a corporation, right? It's a billionaire. A billionaire must be respected at all costs.
I earned it. No one gave it to me. And I've shared it constantly with the people of Starbucks. And so anyone who keeps labeling this billionaire thing.
No, you didn't. You didn't earn it. No one earns $1 billion, okay? I mean, I guess you can have wage laborers or wage workers now earning $1 billion. But the real way and the best way, and perhaps the only way, other than like the super hyper specific, super unique way, okay, that you are like a wage worker or a salaried employee or a contracted worker that actually has an obligation to serve the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour, where you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe to said contracted employee who himself is a billionaire. Obviously, me, I'm talking about myself. Which you can contribute to the billionaire fund that I have by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay. Imagine there was a meritocracy where you could make $1 billion. I mean, I guess it could technically happen. The point is, he said he earned that billion, okay? No, you didn't. You didn't earn that billion. You hired others whose labor, surplus labor value you exploited. Like, that's how you earned it. One does not usually earn $1 billion through wages, okay? Through directly their own labor. That's not how that works. Hasan covering his future ass, Pepela. If you think that I will be a billionaire one day, and that's why I'm covering my future ass, do not understand any of the concepts I speak of. What do I mean by this? Because if I do end up becoming a billionaire one day, that means I've already long lost what I have advocated for in the past, because I see no way of me getting a $1 billion contract from Amazon for serving top of the hour ad breaks or whatever the fuck, okay? For Rory, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That means I've already fucking made the switch over to the profitable grift of advocating for corporations and the wealthy's best interests while simultaneously serving you a wonderful little dream like, oh, guys, everything is actually fine, Steven Pinker style. You know what I mean? Technology has improved so much. You can watch someone in real time, non-fucking stop at the comfort of your home. I mean, why do you complain about the situation? I mean, capitalism has eviscerated global poverty. Extreme poverty is basically long gone. I mean, how dare you? That's how I would make $1 billion. That's how I would do it. Hasanabi can never be a billionaire because he will never achieve his hoop dreams. Okay, chill. Your ass would have to work at your current rate for 250 to 500 years without spending a dime. Chatters don't understand math. Exactly. People do not understand how fucking major $1 billion is. Like, they don't understand. The difference between how much money I have and $1 billion is about $1 billion. That's how much money it is, okay? Like, the difference between $100 million and $1 billion is about $1 billion. Like, think about that. That's how much $1 billion is. It's the Rectful clip. Exactly. Anyway.
Mr. Schultz, I don't mean to cut you off. We have time limits here, and you have the opportunity. I'm not cutting you off.
It's your moniker constantly. It's unfair.
No, it is not. You have had more time. I've been generous with the time. I'm sorry.
But, Mr. Chairman.
We have a room full of people. We have a panel to go after you.
Fine,
You're not the only person testifying.
Okay. This moniker billionaire, let's just get at that, okay? I grew up in federally subsidized housing. Let me finish.
You got real butthurt about that. Of course, Bloomberg Business Post, bootlicking ass fucking Mark Wayne Mullen. My favorite anti-labor guy is Mark Wayne Mullen now. Mr. I started my fucking dad's, he's for Oklahoma. He's like, God damn it, I can't even do his fucking accent. I forgot how he speaks. Okay, let's listen.
Mr. Chairman, you yourself.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Chairman, you don't understand it, sir. I started with nothing. I came from the dirt, sir. I came from the goddamn dirt. And I had to take over my father's plumbing business, which was in the dirt, sir. And now I am a corporation, not as big as you, sir. I will shine your shoes on the way out. Mr. Chairman, I'm so glad you're busting unions. It's making me bust. Every time a union gets busted, I bust myself, Mark Wayne Mullen.
Have been very successful. Rightfully so. Glad you have been. You've been in office for 28 years, and you and your wife have immersed.
Boo. Mr. Chairman, sir, I've studied the blade. And by the blade, I mean speaking with the boot directly down my throat. Sir, I'm doing my very best right now as I suckle on your boots and talk at the same time.
A wealth of over $8 million. And in fact, your quote on being wealthy and being a millionaire was, well, if you write a bestseller, you can be a millionaire too. If you can be a millionaire, why can't Mr. Schultz and other CEOs be millionaires and be honest too? If that's...
Wait, is Howard Schultz a billionaire because he wrote bestsellers? That's crazy. Did he do that? I didn't realize that's how he became a billionaire. I mean, I'm sure he's written a bestseller. Come on. Also, again, the difference between a millionaire and a billionaire is about $1 billion. So I love when this fucking idiot makes that argument. But not only that, but also, yeah, writing a fucking book and hiring motherfuckers nonstop to expand rapidly as you, I know he's talking to Bernie. I know. Chat, I know he's talking to Bernard Sanders. Worst thing Bernie could have ever done is make $1 million, dude. Holy fuck, they'll never stop. It's literally the number one counter. Mr. Bernie Sanders, you say you're a socialist, and here you are, wealthy. It's fucked up. Just like you buying a house ridiculous. Man, Bernie Sanders is the OG House Andy. Do you not remember? He has a fucking log cabin. Bernie Sanders is the OG Gucci shirt Andy. He has a fucking Canada Goose jacket. Everything that people say about me, they've said about Bernie Sanders way back in the day. And he is like infinitely more frugal than me. I at least don't give a fuck about my commodity consumption and very openly tell people to suck my cock when they yell about what I'm buying and to stop pocket watching. So you're comparing yourself to Bernie? Yeah, right. Maybe in another life, buddy. No, I'm just pointing out that the unfortunately most effective way to counter someone that is on the left or speaking about how society could be run a little bit better, okay? The most effective counter, unfortunately, is that, you know, you have money, so shut the fuck up. It's a Burton jacket. Burton is headquartered in Vermont. Oh, okay. It was a Burton jacket. Some funny pics of Bernie Sanders in a Tesla Roadster in 2007. I'm going to lose my fucking mind about Megaphonics. Like, there's not a single goddamn issue where Megaphonics can't turn it back to Tesla somehow. I'm going to fucking lose it, dude. I swear to God. Megaphonics, stop linking. I wish I could just take away exclusively your linking privileges. Like, just one person that deserves their linking privilege to be taken away, despite still subscribing, it would be you if I could do that. They can do that, Hasan. No, they can do it. No, we can't do it. Oh, FizzCan through Fossabot, maybe?
If that's the case, then why is it that Mr. Schultz, who actually creates jobs and a bestseller of a book, isn't creating any jobs? Why is it that he's corrupt and you're not? Why is it that all CEOs...
That's a great question. If you are interested in hearing the answer, that's a great informative moment. An instructive moment, except no one wants to hear the answer. The difference is twofold. One, the difference between, like I said, $1 billion and $1 million is about $1 billion. And two, more importantly than that, and this is perhaps the most important part, is that Bernie Sanders did not generate $1 million by fucking hiring people and exploiting them. He made it because he made a publishing company more than the amount of money that the publishing company gave him. That's just how it works. Okay? That's it. Technically, the reason why Bernie only made $1 million and not more than that is because he didn't, in Mark Wayne Mullen's words, create jobs.
CEOs are corrupt because they're wealthy, and yet our chairman, who is wealthy, and I'm glad you are, you're not. Chairman, you are chair of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee. We shouldn't have a biased approach. We should have what's best for America and all those that want to thrive and work in it. And so while we politically disagree, Mr. Schultz, I applaud you for your success. And I applaud all the CEOs out there for...
Bro, he is such a... Oh, my God. He is such a relentless bootlicker, dude. Oh, my God. I applaud you for your success, sir. I wish my daddy was like you.
Your success. And all the employees that work hard, that's in the same boat, that's...
Guys, this is a hearing on Howard Schultz's under Howard Schultz's rule, Starbucks' 100 plus NLRB acted on labor violations. Okay? He is glazing this dude specifically that's in front of him because of how much he has violated the existing law.
Making their companies great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, let me respond. The senator did mention my name, I think. And I think you got an all-time record here. You've made more misstatements in a shorter period of time than I have ever heard.
Please correct me.
Well, if I'm worth $8 million, excuse me.
It's all public.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right? Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
If I'm worth $8 million, that's good news to me. I'm not aware of it. That's a lie. All right? Number two.
Part of public records.
You're probably looking at some phony right-wing internet stuff. It ain't true.
Yeah. Dude, everyone's laughing at this. Get him, Bernie.
All right,
Cook
you
him.
should read beyond that. It is not true.
It's
All
part
right?
of public records.
No, it is not public record.
Okay. Well, you made
It is
$1.7 million on your book.
public record.
You made
All right? It is-
$1.7 on your book.
Excuse me. I've got the mic now. Number
Did you not
two,
make the statement
I
that
have
you wanted to
the
be a
mic
millionaire?
now. I've got it.
Did you
had
not
your
make
time.
that statement?
You had your time.
Okay.
All right? You're not telling the truth. Second of all, you got no evidence that I have ever said that all CEOs are corrupt. I have never, ever said that.
Probably not all, but every time you talk
probably
about
not,
CEOs,
then
you do
shouldn't
say that.
Say it. Furthermore,
it does make me a little bit happy seeing fucking Bernie Sanders, an 800-year-old man, have to go through the same level of fucking brain rot against another seated American congressperson. Like, this level of bad faith argumentation starts at the tippy top and goes all the way down. It is fucking such a permanent part of American existence, dude. Big homies chirping like a fucking gray name in the chat. It's insane.
What this hearing is about is whether or not you talk about being pro-union. Really, what this hearing is about is whether workers have the constitutional right to form a union. The evidence is overwhelming, not from me, but from the National Labor Relations Board, is that time after time after time, despite what Mr. Schultz is saying, Starbucks has broken the law and has prevented workers from joining unions to collectively bargain for decent wages and benefits.
The part being missed is that probably a lack of systemic exploitation in Bernie writing books. There is a level of exploitation that occurs that is completely outside of his control. Okay? It's like when I work for Amazon, or even when anyone else works for Amazon, as a matter of fact, or when anyone else works for, when a Starbucks worker, ironically, wants to unionize their workplace, and then someone turning around and telling them, well, Starbucks is utilizing non-fair trade beans from the third world or whatever the fuck. And it's like, brother, that's like entirely out of my control. There is also no alternative in that situation, right? There's nothing you can do. Now, there is something you could do. I mean, a level of control that you can get is through unions. I mean, that is if the unions got to a point where they could actually make statements and change, the logistics of the company that they're working on. But it doesn't matter because the goal never is decent in that conversation. There is no good faith argument over like Bernie Sanders' earnings. Not. The argument in of itself revolves, guys, I already fucking ran the top of the hour ad break 13 minutes ago. Please shut the fuck up. Oh my God. There's no real segue here because I ran it already. Jesus Christ. The entirety of chat is like fucking unbearable, dude. It is a very successful method to shift the conversation away from what Bernie Sanders is saying to perceived hypothetical hypocrisies. Okay? That's it. It's always about that. Which is why it's like additionally unbearable when I hear the left do it to other leftists. That's why I get fucking so endlessly frustrated. Because it's like, why are you doing this? You literally have a Substack. You want... No, you didn't, lol. Yes, I did. Bro, why are you telling me I didn't run... Dude, look at this. Do you see this? 11 minutes ago. Why are you telling me whether or not I ran a fucking ad break? Like, it doesn't... It blows my mind. You might not have seen it. Anyway, it's just a very viable weapon to wield against people that are not even fucking anti-capitalist in many instances, just simply advocating for a better way to move forward. Okay? That is the sad state of affairs. So when I see like dudes with a Substack who want to do exactly what I'm doing and are trying to do exactly what I'm doing, but at like a much smaller scale, try to fucking shift traffic over to their Substacks by being like, dude, this guy's fucking rich. Have you guys seen that this guy's fucking rich? Fuck this guy. It blows my mind. I'm like, bro, you're shitting on a future you as well.
Before the committee, I appreciate it. I've listened carefully, and throughout your testimony, you've made it very clear that Starbucks prefers its workers not to be unionized. But I think you know that decision is up to workers under federal law. I just have been disappointed, I have to tell you, from a number of my constituents I've been hearing from about some of the widespread anti-union efforts at Starbucks, including in Washington State, where the NLRB has certified 19 elections, as you know, at Starbucks stores. They have issued 71 complaints covering 31 unfair labor practice charges, and NLRB judges have issued 2 decisions now finding that Starbucks violated federal law. So let me just ask you a simple question. Do you agree that it is workers who get to decide whether they want a union?
Senator Murray, I agree that the person at Starbucks has the right under the law to decide whether or not they want to join a union. And Starbucks Coffee Company also has the legal right to provide a vision for our employees, which currently represent 99% of the 250,000 who wear the green apron, that our vision is a preference to maintain our direct relationship. And in terms of what you said, as I said to Chairman Sanders, those are allegations, and Starbucks Coffee Company unequivocally has not broken the law.
Let me just share with you, and I heard you answer Senator Hickenlooper with treating your employees with dignity and respect,
yes,
which I appreciate. But I am hearing from a number of folks really troubling reports about Starbucks refusing to allow credit card tipping, cutting employee hours, holding the loss of critical benefits like health care, insurance, and gender-affirming care over the heads of employees who are trying to exercise their rights. And I've even heard reports, so you know, about uncertainty for union employees about whether or not they would receive abortion travel benefits, which all your workers receive. I'm concerned when I hear from my constituents about unfair threats of any kind or denying benefits unfairly, even when the union agrees to waive its right to bargain. I would assume you would agree that that doesn't constitute treating someone with dignity or respect if they are being threatened.
Senator Murray, you and I have known each other for quite a while, you being the senator of our home state. I think you have many times actually talked about Starbucks as a model.
This is the wild part. Like, why the fuck does a CEO of a corporation like personally know a motherfucking representative or a motherfucking senator? Like, why? Like, and also, why is that not alarming? Because when you hear that, you don't think something has gone awry. Okay? Something is wrong here because, once again, this is a state built with the express purpose of improving profit margins for people like him. By that, I don't mean Washington. I just mean like the American government or all matter of governments, especially in the Western world. That's why you don't even think twice about a fucking CEO turning around and being like, I've known you for a while. We go way back, homie. Stop saying they've been fucking, obviously. No, they're not. These guys don't fuck, okay? They only fuck workers.
Model employer in many of the meetings that you've had and speeches that you've given. I do take offense, I have to admit, because it's quite personal when you bring up things that you've heard that are not true. We have never, ever taken any benefit away, and we never would, of anyone who was interested in joining a union. We simply have said that under the law, our understanding is we did not have the right to provide incremental benefits during the bargaining process. But Howard Schultz, the leadership team of Starbucks, the board of directors, some of whom are here today, would never take benefits away of any kind of someone who was involved in trying to join a union.
Well, thank you for the answer. I'm giving you the question, so you have a right to respond. That's why I'm asking. Okay. But you should know that those are some of the things that I hear, and I wanted to hear your response.
Yeah. Okay.
And I've also heard allegations that Starbucks has interfered with employees' ability to testify, including in Seattle, where an administrative law judge found that Starbucks did that. Can you respond to that charge?
I have no knowledge of that, Senator Murray.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cassidy. I defer to Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cassidy.
Do you think he really believes all this shit? He's a through and through neolib? Yeah, why wouldn't he? Yo, you hit number 1 on Reddit? Yeah, I saw, but I didn't actually. I'm just in the corner, weirdly enough. I find it pretty funny that I'm in the corner there, though. Like, it's just literally the mouse strikes again. Just subtly doing propaganda, you know?
Mr. Schultz, thank you for being here. Thank you. I know this is pretty tough at times, but it's good to hear your side of the story. Now, I came from the coaching profession. You know, for years, I talked to young kids every year at the beginning.
Hell yeah, Senator Tuberville. Oh, my God. Why does Senator Tommy Tuberville have the same... Did he used to wear gauges? Like, what's going on? Brother, he got them meaty ass gauge ears, dude. Look at that. God damn. Yo. Bro, the gravity is winning, brother. I don't want to see what... Bro, you know, when you see ears like that, you know his balls have to be fucking taped to his leg, okay? Gravity has won this battle against Tommy Tuberville. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I can't even. I can't take him seriously. I mean, he's such a freak, but. I love. Okay, let's watch.
In the year about they all wanted and needed something. I always told them one thing: only thing you get from.
I love when you're an NCAA coach, and you're talking about labor rights, and it's like you're talking about like the closest analogy that you could bring up is like basically kind of slavery with some extra perks. That irony is not lost on me. I wonder if it's lost on others. You know how it is. When I was doing similar labor practices to you in the NCAA, notorious for its non-exploitative labor practices.
From me and from this country is an opportunity. And you took that opportunity and ran with it. And you've got a lot of people that work for you over the years and work for your company and their company and made something out of themselves. So thank you for that. You've been a huge idol for this country in terms of what you've done.
Dude, right-wingers like defending perhaps the gayest CEO is so funny. It's just purely out of principle. Like, I love that. Like, Starbucks is like notorious, right? For like all the non-binary workers or whatever. I mean, they literally pay for facial feminization surgery. Like, and you got all these fucking right-wingers that have completely lost the culture war side of the argument, specifically so they can suck him off. Because, you know, he's a CEO and he's on this congressional hearing because he violated labor laws. Like, that's how the one thing that gets these culture war obsessed perverts to stop doing like Starbucks is doing a war on Christmas type shit is when the fucking CEO is under fire for rampant violations of labor law. Think about that. I love that, dude. I fucking love that. I mean, it's just, they're animals, all of them. Actually. But yet you use an iPhone? Yeah, I do. Which was made by communists. Communist workers. That's right. I do use an iPhone, dude. I do. And you know who made those iPhones? Motherfucking communist workers, baby. That's right. What's it to you, bitch? Who do you think makes the iPhones? Tim Apple? Or workers? Thank you to the wonderful Foxconn workers who have definitely the best labor conditions that you can imagine. We're moving away from this Howard Schultz CEO roasting and toasting to another Maoist haven. I'm, of course, talking about the Principality, California Oblast, led by the Maoist third worldist leader, Governor Gavin Newsom, who just signed a bill authorizing a price gouging penalty on big oil. Energy regulators will have the power to subpoena and fine oil companies that inflate prices to drive up profits. It is the first law of its kind in the country. Gruesome Newsom of California Oblast strikes again for the Maoist liberation of American Workers' Party, also known as the Rising Path, or the Shining Path of California, California chapter of the Shining Path. A people's revolution has started. Centralized planning is here. Gruesome Gavin Newsom for president. I'm a Newsomist Leninist. So that's a brief update on that. God, this song goes so fucking hard. Anyway. Let's watch. Let's go back to France. A neoliberal safe haven, by many respects, where the people are fighting back against their neoliberal government and the actions that it's taking that everyone considers to be authoritarian, but for some weird reason is never mentioned in American news. I don't know what it is, but for some reason it's just like rarely ever mentioned in American news for some reason.
Thousands of protesters in France have staged more strikes and more rallies against the government's pension reforms, with some demonstrators clashing with riot police. People are angry after legislation to raise the retirement age in France from 62 to 64 was forced through by President Emmanuel Macron's government. Our Paris correspondent Lucy Williamson reports.
The temperature rose as the sun went down. Across France, fires burned like beliefs, as bright as fever. Young protesters with their rocks and bottles disappearing in clouds of tear gas fired by riot police in Bordeaux, in Nantes, and in Paris.
It took minutes for this peaceful protest to turn.
Dude, American media is about to be like, they're actually protesting out here outside of Bordeaux, specifically to raise the pension age, the pension eligibility from 62 to 66. Many French people are saying this, and then they show the French saying the exact opposite, but in French, so then they caption it with the opposite of whatever the fuck they're saying.
And violence hidden amongst the main demonstration, masked protesters who are now taking on the police.
Running through the lines of police, the white and black helmets of the specialist units known as Brav M, rapid reaction teams tasked with stamping out trouble. A new target for protesters after growing allegations of abuse. A video emerged last week apparently showing Brav M officers hitting a protester in the face. And an audio recording appears to have captured threats, intimidation and racist insults against a group of student protesters. Next time, you won't be going to the police station, you'll be going to the hospital, one officer is heard saying. Salome was one of them. She's since filed a complaint and was back out protesting.
It's important to have policemen that are able to contain violence and to protect people. But in that case, the violence was against us.
No, they're actually, they're actually protesting because they arrested Gideon at the Louvre. They don't give a fuck about the pensions one way or the other. This is the Free Gideon protest. Yeah. They're protesting for the abolition of the rollerblade cops. Because those are, everyone knows, those are the most tactical unit that the French have. Devastating, with devastating consequences for society.
They were not protecting us. We must have been protected from them. That is really worrying to me.
The protests across France were, as usual, largely peaceful and smaller than last week. But police say some mainstream protesters are joining agitators in attacking them.
After the COVID, after everything that happened to France, the inflation and everything, people start to be really tense. And that's...
I can't take the French seriously, dude. Look at their fucking police union guy. Like, come on, man. Where's the cop skull? Where's the fucking cop skull? He literally he has way too much hair, no cop skull. I can kind of see his neck. Like, none of this shit makes sense. You can't have a twink be the fucking, police union head. This guy literally looks like a tech bro, dude. He's got the Patagonia vest and everything.
That doesn't help to reduce the violence against the police because the police is representing the state. So in a way, when you attack the police, you might feel you're protesting against the state.
Fires are burning across France as President Macron struggles for a way out of this crisis, with political negotiations frozen and the streets on fire. Lucy Williamson, BBC News, Paris.
Let's talk to our Paris correspondent, Hugh Schofield. Hugh, the protests go on. How much disruption are they causing as they continue?
Well, in a way, surprisingly little. I mean, this isn't Israel, which has been closed down by a general strike, as you've been reporting. Yesterday, there were demonstrations. There was problems on the day in public transport and schools and so on. But I mean, it wasn't a general strike. Life went on, economic life and the whole went on. What it's doing is kind of sapping the morale of the country, though. And there's this general feeling that the country is on a bit of a brink. And that this is going nowhere, that every week or so there is another day like this in which violence is becoming more normal, and that, underlying it all is a political crisis and a kind of state of political paralysis, which is condemning the country into sort of decline. So the crisis is less to do with, declining GDP or, economic figures being hit or anything like that. It's much more to do with the state of the country and the feeling that we're, this is just digging into a deeper and deeper morass.
You say that this seems to be sapping the morale of the country. Do you get any sense that the continuing demonstrations and everything else is changing public opinion at all?
Not really. I mean, opinions get more and more entrenched, I suppose. There's no real indication that the big majority against the reform is changing. I mean, what we saw yesterday was possibly a smaller number of protesters out and demonstrators out. From the government's point of view, there was good news also that the bin strike seems to be over. But a lot of this is to do with the fact that striking is not a neutral business. It costs workers money, and after 3 weeks on strike, people just give up. So there are sort of cracks, if you like, in the opposition movement. But I mean, in general, one has to say that it's still very, very strong. And on the other side, that there are noises from certain members of the government who are obviously getting the willies about all of this. But Macron himself seems to be determined and saying that if we start talking about a pause in implementing this law or anything like that. We might as well just give up.
So at this stage, for Emmanuel Macron, no real clear way of emerging.
It's so strange to see when there's actual labor action, cops behave the way that they do, you know? In America, we have this like heroic police narrative, partially because there's not a lot of labor action that takes place. Oftentimes, this kind of movement is done on the boundaries of race for racial emancipation, you know, for Black Lives Matter and the like. And of course, because America is founded on the principles of white supremacy and the continuation of slavery, there's not a lot of sympathy towards that sort of thing. So you can pretty quickly hand wave that away and say, no, they're doing that to protect us, right? People get more mad about property damage than they do about the state exercising its monopoly on violence towards people that actually have the right idea, okay, to take matters in their own hands, to protest against the unjustifiable occupation that the police force presents in Black and brown communities, specifically working poor. But no such thing really happens towards labor action because there is not this much labor momentum. But in a country where there is more powerful unions, in a country with a history and a proud tradition of labor action, you get to see how cops really behave as they are supposed to when they fucking pummel the skulls in of the white working class. Maybe perhaps their whiteness will allow some of my watchers that are in the margins and not actually fully committed to the idea to recognize that this is what cops do. They do this universally. They have done this historically. This is why Marxists consider cops to be class traitors. Although they themselves are in the working class, their role is to suppress working class momentum, oftentimes violently, as a matter of fact. They're literally pummeling the skulls of the very same people that are fighting for their rights. This is a universal problem, not a universal, but a national problem in France. The pension age, pension eligibility increasing impacts the police force as well, and yet still, there they are, utilizing their batons on these people that are actually actively advocating for their best interests as well. Oh, police isn't affected by the bill? Never mind. Yeah, if they got a carve out, well, there you go. Wonder why they got a carve out. It does make a lot more sense. Think about that. European cop school is very different regional phrenology. There's more diversity. They look more similar to each country's specific young fascists. Northern Europe is slick back, blonde hair, and scary smooth face in terrible fashion like that French guy. Portugal, Spain, and Italy are tan dudes with buzz cuts. UK has Tory cops called. The Balkans have corrupt right-wing bald stachio dudes. Okay. It's good to know. He said Lijibutika. Disney literally just did a major layoff, lol. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Disney did the exact same thing. Disney just did a major layoff, or is in the process of engaging in major layoffs. Why are they doing that? I mean, here, here.
Steve.
Let's take a look at something. In the video titled, Get Wokey, Go Broke on Steroids, Tim Pool says Disney needs to go back to traditional American values, then immediately realizes that Disney reported record profits.
Steven Crowder getting 2 million hits per night on Rumble. And I'm just like, this is going good. We are doing it. We are building up while they are burning down. Disney, I got a solution for you. Cut the woke garbage. Get back to American traditional values, meritocracy, individuality, personal responsibility, and community all together. And it may seem paradoxical.
Bro, did you not read the article before you fucking chose to use this as an example? It's so fucking stupid. He said, get woke and go broke.
Individuality with community? No. It's because we respect the individual's rights, but also the importance of working together with shared moral foundations. Start restoring that And maybe you wouldn't have to lay people off because they specifically point out woke controversy.
No, they don't. They don't specifically point out woke controversies. It's Daily Mail that made you, like a fucking dummy, read that and go, oh, this corresponds to my biases. So I'm just going to fucking act like that's the reason. And then, oops, what is that? The cuts came after the company reported profits of $23.51 billion.
Story.
Which exceeded analysts' expectations of $23.44 billion.
The cuts come after the company reported profits of $23.51 billion. Woo! Which exceeded analysts' expectations. So, I mean, look, that's still good for them.
Wait, why aren't they going broke? But they were going woke, I thought. I thought that they were going woke and therefore broke. What's happening? Imagine turning record-breaking profits, exceeding analyst expectations, and then still trying to fucking cut corners with another $5 billion cost-cutting operation. Yeah. Tell me how this is a working economy. Tell me how this actually works well. Go ahead. But that would, of course, be getting into the nitty and the gritty. I mean, dude, you guys are fucking gamers, right? You know this. You know how Ubisoft operates. You know how these major corporations operate. They will literally get record-shattering profits. They will generate record-shattering profits and then immediately lay off half their workforce. Like immediately afterwards. And you're like, what the fuck? How did that happen? It's like, in many respects, it has nothing to do with like the company generating profit, as demonstrated by the fact that they do it all the time. When they are generating major profits. Is it because you think they went broke? Because they went woke? Or is it some other inexplicable reason? Well, the inexplicable reason is actually very explicable. Stock prices go up when you eliminate redundancy. When you lay off your workforce and get the remaining workforce that's now terrified to do the job of the workforce that you already laid off, that is improving efficiency. That is improving profit margins. That means that the stock market will reward you. Okay? These guys behave in this way for one reason and one reason only. EA restructuring and laying off 6% of its workforce. Laying off 12,900 people globally at the end of March, when a 6% cut would have put the total number of layoffs around 775. Oh, sorry, not laying off, employing 12,900 people, sorry. Which means laying off 775. EA also filed an 8K form with the Securities and Exchange Commission today, saying it expects to incur $170 million to $200 million in charges as a result of the restructuring plan. It added that the restructuring should be finished by the end of September. Everywhere. Oh no. Oh no. EA already had made some cuts with 200 QA staff. Real Bethesda hours. Brother, why do you need QA when you can just sell an unfinished product that literally looks identical to the game you sold a year ago, that is basically the same with like a little bit of a reskin, like a little bit of a retouching, and then end up fucking selling it as early access to get a bunch of pre-orders in, and then make those guys do the QA as consumers? The QA structure has been outsourced to the fucking consumer in the form of alpha tests and beta tests. And we all love eating that shit up. You can ultimately fix it with future patches anyway. So who gives a fuck? QA, quality assurance. Like beta testing. I'm QA, it goes a little bit deeper than that. QA is salaried, so keeping them the past release is pointless with what you just said. I would be shocked if EA salaried QA employees would not be able to do the same quality assurance in the next lineup, in the next game, regardless. Former QA tester lead for AAA development. It is a joke to try and outsource to the consumer. Until very recent years, QA was not salaried. In many places, it still is not. QA is rarely salaried in games, and it's almost all contract work paying just above minimum wage. Anyway. QA is one of the worst jobs in tech I've ever seen. Yeah, because they think it's like you're playing a game for free. Remember, it's not about your output. It's not about what you produce. It's not about the value that you generate. It's about how replaceable your work is. And if your work is replaceable by contracted labor in India, okay, at pennies on the dollar, and then also if your work is also replaceable by the consumer themselves that will easily fucking eat the alpha test and will literally pay for the privilege, they're never going to fucking put a fully fleshed out product ever again. All matter of capitalism revolves around getting away with whatever the fuck you can. Hasan, there's no such thing as replaceable labor. Yeah, well, it is considered replaceable. That's why it's considered unskilled. The fundamental difference is what you do and what your output is, what your value that you generate is as someone in quality assurance. That's the difference. For all of its faults and failures, I think Japanese companies do a really fucking good job with this, by the way. This is one aspect of like Japanese culture or Japanese business that is truly unmatched in the Western world. And that is they just don't fire motherfuckers, one, and they find make work shit for you to do internally. I love that one person said, work for a Japanese company can definitely confirm. This guy said, work for a Japanese company. That's not necessarily true. The duality of chat. A lot of QA is actual technical software testing work, not just for playing the game. Lots of QA is actually student summer jobs from CS. Summer internships for the first 2 years for many CS and engineering students or QA because they pay minimum wage. Everyone tries to avoid them like the plague until they can find anything else. Anyway. Just wait till they find a way to make like bug testing more of a game in and of itself. Like they'll give you bounties. Like they'll incorporate it. They'll incorporate like literally fucking I mean, they already do that, but they do that for cybersecurity measures and shit. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like a video game that comes out that is literally completely untested, where any kind of bug you find is like an achievement. You get an achievement in early access, and like it. Wait, they did that already? I thought that's what I'm saying. Like they're gonna do a battle pass for bug hunting, and then you get like achievements. You get like rewards for it in early access. To be fair, like it's called Tarkov, brother. Yeah, but that makes sense for something like Tarkov. You know what I mean? If it's literally being made by like a tiny ass fucking group of people, I get it. If it's being made by a AAA fucking publisher developer, then no. Like you can't compare indie game development to literally. You can't compare indie game development to the fucking Electronic Arts behemoth, dude. These guys make more money than fucking Hollywood studios. You know what I mean? ChatGPT uses Kenyan workers on $2 an hour to come up with its algos. Wait, what?
The creators of ChatGPT used Kenyan workers that were paid less than $2 an hour. Let's talk about it. The current version of ChatGPT can generate text on almost any topic.
Bro, let me tell you something, okay? I mean, this is the least surprising thing. They used Fiverr. Even in the video, they were talking about how they used Fiverr, right? Listen to me. Like, this is another byproduct of, like, releasing AI by capitalists for capitalists under the current capitalist structure. The AI itself used Fiverr, which is, like, also no different than what the fuck this is, right? The humans are not only training the AI to think that level of like, exploitation of the global south is like totally valid and viable as a cost-cutting measure. The AI is learning that kind of like profit-seeking behavior is actually good if it's being trained to basically constantly improve profit margins. So, do with that information what you will. Automatically, that's what it's gone towards.
Topic. But its predecessor, GPT-3, was...
Source, a TikTok post? I mean, dude, there's like obviously a fucking Time article on it too, but there's a goddamn stupid ass fucking paywall behind it, so I can't read it. ChatGPT works because underpaid workers read about horrible things. The multi-billion-dollar chatbot's parent company reportedly hired a Kenyan outsourcing firm to pay workers less than 2 hours to label hate speech, violence, and more.
Was prone to blurting out violent and extremely graphic remarks. In order to combat this, an additional tool had to be created that would help AI detect hate speech and remove it from their platforms. So, OpenAI sent thousands of pieces of graphic text to be labeled to an outsourcing firm in Kenya. Much of this text came from the darkest parts of the internet. And when I say dark, I mean dark. Data labelers were paid between $1.32 to $2 an hour to read and label hundreds of pieces of extremely graphic content. The nature of the work caused employees extreme distress, and the wellness counselors they were entitled to were often unhelpful or even unavailable. The outsourcing firm did end their contract with OpenAI early out of concerns for the mental health of their employees, but I think it may have something to do with the lawsuit that the firm and Meta are facing for exposing employees to graphic content without...
Yeah, I doubt that lawsuit is anything. Let's be real. They're libbed up. So they realize that, yeah, Facebook has been doing this for years. They're libbed the fuck up. The Supreme Court literally allowed for child slave labor. What are we talking about? Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but, you know, the Supreme Court of the United States basically said it's okay if you outsource child slave labor to the third world. Like, not your fault. You're not directly in control of it. You know what I mean? That's where we're at on that front. So content moderation farms like this are commonplace, common practice. They probably did it because they didn't want to tarnish the reputation of their otherwise like libbed up ass product.
Providing adequate support or prior knowledge. AI frequently relies on hidden human labor performed in the global south. These workers support $1 billion.
Yeah, here, Nestle and Cargill win child slavery cases. Supreme Court. This is a real thing that happened, if you recall. 2021. The Supreme Court also, yeah, this is important as well. The Supreme Court also let Chevron foe Donziger, friend of the show, our boy, Steve Donziger's contempt conviction stand. So if you want to get a better understanding of where the United States Supreme Court is on issues that pertain to labor, both in the United States of America or corporate corruption in general, or labor in the third world that is outsourced to children, yeah, you know, they don't necessarily have a really good fucking attitude on any of this stuff. But hey, maybe we can have 9 AI Supreme Court justices in the future. Yeah, all the liberal Supreme Court justices actually were in favor. 2 members of the Supreme Court's 6-3 conservative majority, Justices Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh, dissented from the decision to not hear the appeal, with Gorsuch saying that the Constitution does not tolerate what happened here. So remember that part of it too. So the liberal justices were in favor of this. However much the district court may have thought Mr. Donziger warranted punishment, the prosecution in this case broke a basic constitutional promise essential to our liberty, Gorsuch wrote, which is true. Donziger on Twitter called the Supreme Court's decision to not hear his case a huge blow to the rule of law, which is that you can basically sentence people to permanent prison sentences if you offend the sensibilities, or rather the bottom line, of a megacorporation like Chevron by suing them and winning. Think about that. It's probably one of the worst, it's one of the most significant judicial mishaps, if you want to call it that, of our generation. Private lawyers appointed by a federal judge with ties directly to Chevron handled the case against Donziger, for those of you who don't remember this court case. After the U.S. Justice Department declined to do so, none of the liberal justices found issue with this. And then they basically kept him in captivity. Why? For the crime of successfully suing Chevron for absolutely eviscerating ecosystems in the third world. So specifically in the equator. Ecuador. Shut up. Don't make fun of me for saying the wrong word. English is my second language. Suck my dick. What have you done? Anyway, equator. Ecuador jalapeno poppers. So most sectors just seem to want AI to exist so they can have free slaves that never sleep, eat, poop, or die. Well, it's not just like it's not just like that. It's also also a way to just like squeeze out more profit from the pre-existing workforce. It's wonderful. That's the ultimate goal. Squeezing out more profits from the pre-existing labor force. Streamers can use GPT before doing anything dumb. You are my marketing and public relations assistant. Brainstorm ideas where I can stream highly addicting online casino or slot gameplays for 20 hours a day to my 12 to 23-year-old audience without getting any scrutiny. Okay, well, that's bullshit. You're fired, ChatGPT, because you told me not to do that. Fucking AI is woke. Chat, stop getting triggered by this man. He went to school for fucking poli-sci. He didn't have to take math above beginner calculus. Yes, I did take calc too. But that's it. And I was not very good at it. I thought you maxed out your ACTs, fool. What do you mean you're not good at math? My SATs, I did. But anyone that's not from America will laugh in your fucking face. And by the way, don't ask me to do a single math problem. I can't do anything. I don't remember anything from Calc 1 nor Calc 2. But yes, when I was growing up in fucking Turkey, I learned Calc 2 in high school. We learned Calc 2 in high school, chat. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Yes, United States of America's math is a fucking joke to the rest of the planet. We all laugh at you from where we're at. Literally. Yeah. I learned Calc 2 in high school. Which, from what I understand, is just like considered impressive by American standards. And I also maxed out on my SATs for math. I think I might have gotten one question wrong I don't remember. But it was like I never even studied for it. Like it was just the first time I ever took a SAT math test when I was in high school, I literally maxed it out immediately like that. It is not even a thing. I forgot to mention this. Yes. By the way, this is not, you guys are all American, so you don't know. This is not impressive. This is not even remotely impressive. This is not me showing off. I promise you, I am not particularly good at math. It's just that Americans and their level of math knowledge is so fucking bad. Like I can't believe I've never talked about this. This is something that I've never talked about. Now I'm realizing I never talked about this. United States of America math understanding is like laughable. Everyone else around the world laughs at the US math. Yeah. NA education is like so fucking bad for math. Of course, yeah, there's not even calc on the SATs. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But I like it, to be fair. I like that math is you don't need to do math in America. It's awesome. I hate it. Just because I was good at it doesn't mean I was like actually, my brain was wired in a way that was like that it made sense. You know what I mean? It was beaten into me. Like when I found out Americans can use calculators when doing math equations, it blew my fucking mind. That's another thing. Maybe it changed in Turkey, but maybe it changed in Turkey now, but like you're not allowed to use a calculator. What are you, fucking crazy? Yeah. No, you have to do it by head. Like you have to use your brain. You have to memorize the değişmedi değil mi? Evet. Yeah. Lan Türkçesi neydi? Çarpım tablosu muydu? I bring up the calculator argument every time some boomer tells me ChatGPT is the devil. Yeah. In Turkey, you learn literally everything. No calculus, nothing. No, you have to do everything. You have to memorize the equation table. And you have to literally do everything by head. Yeah. Which is that's how I grew up. That's how I learned. Don't ask me to do any fucking simple equations now. We measure everything in football fields. You forget Americans measure shit in football fields and pounds and shit. It's no fair. The Muslims invented algebra. USA is usually top 3 in math along with South Korea and China. Check the International Mathematical Olympiad. Yeah, dude. That means that they also, like, across the board, totally even out. Like, you literally just described the brain drain. If that's the case, which I don't even believe that that's the case, but you just described the brain drain and its fucking byproduct, and then turned around and fucking acted like that's the entire... See, this is why poli-sci is important, okay? And critical thinking is important. Because you look at that, you literally look at that and you go, a dumb person would go, oh man, that's crazy. I guess I got fucking owned. Except that doesn't mean anything about the average fucking level of math that you're learning in the United States of America up until the high school kid. Up until the high school level. On mathematics, where's the USA? Oh, this is like the international average here. United States is below that at number 38. But look at this. Turkey's below the US too. So it doesn't even fucking matter anything I said. I guess it doesn't matter if you fucking use calculators or not. Ultimately, when your country's fucking poor, your averages are not great. Below Israel, but above Ukraine. Did you go to a public school in Turkey? I did, but not for high school. But public schools are better than private schools. Yeah, it's like pretending the obesity epidemic isn't real because we do well in the Olympics. You said trusting Wikipedia Omegalol. Okay. The funny part of this conversation is that what are you trusting? Your brain? Like a made up... Your brain? Your mind? Like, what do you mean? Lol, imagine trusting Wikipedia instead of thinking about it in my mind and imagining a different reality. The results of PISA 2018 were presented on the 3rd of December 2019, which included data for around 600,000 participating students in 79 countries and economies. With China's economic area of Beijing, Shanghai, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang, I'm probably saying that wrong, emerging as a top performer in all categories. Note that does not represent the entirety of mainland China. Reading results for Spain were not released due to perceived anomalies. What the fuck does that mean? In U.S. high school, they tell you not to use Wikipedia. You are debating a high schooler. This is a middle schooler, 100%. Oh. Yeah, I mean, this is like sourced information. Check out the USA Olympic math team. Oh, no. Okay, dude. I knew... That's not even the math team. That's the chemistry team, dude. The teacher for the math Olympiad. Okay, listen. Calm down. Hassan, speaking of U.S. lagging behind other countries in math and science. Stanford's 2023 surgical team, 92% women, 69% non-white, 0% white men. Wait, what? Wait, why is he mad? I don't get it. Like, wait, I mean, I know why he's mad. It's end wokeness, but what the fuck? What does he think that like Stanford is not? You think Stanford is purposefully not allowing white men to be on their surgery team? Like what? Dude, what the fuck? Yo! Bro, this is so funny, dude. Oh no. What does he think that white men are being purposely shut out of the opportunity to fucking be a part of the Stanford medicine surgery team? Yeah. Elon, 0%. ... This is actual systemic racism. What the fuck is this? Medical school acceptance rates by MCAT score, GPA, race, and ethnicity. Wait. There's where is this information coming from? Medical school acceptance rates by MCAT score, GPA, race, and ethnicity from 2013 to 2016. American Enterprise Institute. How the fuck have they gotten... this is what I don't understand. How there's a breakdown of MCAT scores by race? What the fuck? I mean, it's American Enterprise Institute, so it's already suspicious. This is old. MCAT scores are out of 528 now. Yes. Admissions always are holistic no matter what happens. And part of the reason why they want more black doctors, as a matter of fact, is so that there are a higher percentage, again, of black doctors so that they can serve. Wait, Charles Murray is the one who came... Wait, isn't Charles Murray the fucking... the IQ guy? Charles Murray, the race realist. Mr. Bell Curve. Racists are now acknowledging systemic racism, but again, white people, yes, they're saying that there's a systematic racism disenfranchising white people. respect to admissions. I mean, this literally is because they're like upset that there aren't more white men getting boosted or white people getting boosted. That's what this is. Like that's what this number is just like, oh, I don't like that white men are not getting boosted. And Asian and white people are not getting boosted with lower MCAT scores as far as like getting into colleges at the same levels that like Hispanic and black people are. That's it. Getting cooked right now, bro, on Kick. There's white men already on the Stanford surgery team. Not enough, brother. That's not enough, brother. 2 guys? We don't even know what this guy's race is. How can I make my decisions? Anyway. What the fuck is a surgery team? These guys are doing competitive surgery? Yeah. Wouldn't this also imply that there is significantly... Okay, I'm looking at this data. Doesn't this also mean that potentially there's... there are, one, more white people in general, and possibly more white people that are competing for that spot. Like, more white people that are applying overall. And therefore... out of all of the total number of white people that are applying, if there was a more holistic approach, but there were also certainly quotas that reflected yeah, I mean, also 56% of fucking physicians, yeah, I mean, there's still a much larger number of doctors that are white. So I don't know what the fuck they're complaining about. And like black doctors are underrepresented almost by half. Hispanic doctors are also underrepresented. And white doctors are slightly underrepresented. I guess I don't know what the 13% unknown is, but they're like, we couldn't disclose. We couldn't figure it out. %, Italians, and Liz Warren. Okay. I'm going to end it here, okay? I'm tired. And I got some stuff to do still. Like off stream. Bye.
falschen Dank.